just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning from the sunny shores of Corfu. Germany have had an absolutely dominant tournament so far, getting some impressive wins in every single one of their matchups. They are undefeated so far over this weekend of cricket here in Corfu, and their skipper, Asmila Kohli, has been absolutely incredible. She will be delighted that stars such as Christina Goff are clicking after she notched an impressive half-century yesterday, managing to get over 1,100 career runs as well as 30 international wickets. For Greece, well, the hosts haven't quite had things go their way in terms of results, but they have shown plenty of improvement over the course of this tournament. They notched their highest total yet in the last T20 we had on Saturday evening, and their captain, Maria Siriotti, has been incredible. She displayed a gutsy performance, battling through injury to try to get her side to a position to win the game. And of course, Adamantia Makri alongside her has been brilliant as well. Will Greece pull off the upset and finally get a win today, or is the German domination going to continue? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next. We're set for the third T20I of this brilliant series between Germany and Greece. We're about to witness some history in this match, as for the first time ever, we will have two female umpires umpiring a game here in Greece. Let's head out to the coin toss. We'll see those two umpires, Jasmine Naeem and Marilena, alongside the German and Greek captains.
Morning and welcome to sunny Corfu for day 2 of the ICC T20 tournament, and it's Greece versus Germany. Welcome to the toss. Greece is going to toss and Germany is going to call.
Ready? Yeah. Heads.
We have a heads.
We will bat first.
There we go. Germany have won the toss and they're going to bat first.
Well, thank you very much for that update. Looking forward to this match. What an incredible weekend it's been here in Corfu, and unfortunately today is the last day of what has been a fantastic adventure. Still got a couple more matches to come, and as you can see from that update, Germany have won the toss and decided to bat first. So we're looking to replicate their two performances from yesterday. Let's recap what we saw over the course of yesterday's game. Our first T20I certainly started off in a very exciting fashion. Greece had Germany in all sorts of trouble at 39 for 4, but an impressive performance by the German lower order, thanks to a 41-run fifth wicket partnership, just helped them get to 166, and then they bowled out Greece for 61. Our second T20I saw Greece post their highest total so far this weekend. They managed to notch 87 runs thanks to a 50-run partnership by Maria Siriotti and Adamantia Makri, but it just wasn't quite enough for Greece to get to that target of 154. As you can see, Christina Goff getting a 50, the only 50 we have seen so far over the course of this T20I series. We'll take a look at the standings here, and as we can see, Germany, 2 wins out of 2 for them, 2 dominant victories as well. They're certainly cruising, and Greece, well, they'll have to get a couple of huge victories themselves to keep their hopes of winning this tournament alive. But in all honesty, it's going to be quite unlikely that we see that, considering the gulf in quality between these two teams, mainly the gulf in experience. I think for Greece, if they can get close to winning one game, if they can even win one game, it will have been a successful weekend. We'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match, and as we can see, Christina Goff right up there with 342 points. What an impressive weekend she's had so far. 50, got some wickets as well. She's now well over 30 international wickets in T20 cricket. The win predictor, well, it's pretty lopsided in favor of the Germans, isn't it? 93% to just 7% for Greece. It's going to be a tough challenge, isn't it? Going to be a really tough challenge for this Greek unit. But let's see if they can come close. Let's see if they can give the Germans something to think about. They certainly did that yesterday. There's a nice breeze as well right now. It's quite cool in Corfu at the moment. Got overcast conditions as well. Maybe overcast is too strong a word, but got a little bit of cloud cover. Certainly more than we had yesterday when it was those iconic, gorgeous blue Mediterranean skies. And let's see whether this can help those Greek seamers. We know Adamantia Makri and Maria Sirioti will probably open the bowling for this Greek side. Both of them are capable of taking wickets, and well, Greece will certainly want early wickets. But one thing about this German side is even if you get early wickets, got so much batting depth, so much batting depth. It's going to be Garcia opening the batting. She's going to be facing the first ball. Vijay Raghavan is at the non-strikers end, and we're set for the start of our final day here in Corfu. Played straight to the captain, Maria Sirioti. And it's a dot ball to start things off. Nicely played away by Garcia, but struck straight to the fielder. That's going to be a dot ball, so really, really well done. Fielding has been very impressive for Greece. I think that's been a real standout for them. Despite some of the issues they may have had with their batting, I think they've been exceptional in the field. Oh, lovely away movement there for Makri. It was a nice hard length as well. Very difficult for Vijay Raghavan to negotiate. She's just trying to dab that one behind point. And in the end, she'll probably be glad that she didn't get any bat on that. Otherwise, could have nicked one. Cut away nicely. Just going to go underneath the fielder at point's hands. And I think Germany will be able to get a couple of points. Oh, well, that got scarily close to the boundary rope. That's actually going to allow Germany to pick up 3 runs here. So some exceptional running by Germany between the wickets. Verviziotti just let that one slip underneath her grasp, and then let's try to use a little bit of football technique to side foot that back in. It's also a chance to just dive into the chat and say a very good morning to everyone joining us. Very good morning to Helix, Johnny Heeshin, Rob Thompson, got the ECN Supporters Club from Down Under in Australia as well. Paul Kempen joining us as well, Timothy Lucas, Ghulam Mustafa, Tim Harmer, Newful, and Sajid, as well as cricket technician Monte Luce. Love to hear your inside, Monte. Certainly do. Played towards mid-off. Beautiful looking straight drive shot, and once again, foot fielding attempted there. Alexandra Kurkulu. I think one thing that she's just going to have to add to her development is using those hands. There's a couple of fielders, you have to say, a little bit inexperienced in this Greek team and maybe just use their feet a little bit too much. Of course, Greece is very good at football. Won the Euros back in 2004. Got that big upset win against England at Wembley as well, back in the autumn of last year. Not going too off topic, gotta say Greece is starting to find his groove again in football after a few down years. Got some very exciting young players in the Greek national football team. Oh, just a little bit of inside edge on that, going towards fine leg. Are they going to push for a second? Yes, they will. They'll get it quite comfortably. Germany's running between the wickets really is absolutely elite. 10 off the over for Germany, a very good start. They'll be impressed with that. Of course, do have to point out, as I did in the intro, that making a little bit of history in this match, as it's the first time that we're going to have 2 female umpires umpiring together in Greece. Got Jasmine Naeem currently at square egg, and behind the stumps is Marilena Rouva. So a great moment for Greek cricket, really is. Vasilis Kostas is the third umpire for this match. Here we go. It's the captain, Maria Siriotti, coming into bowl. Well fielded there at point by Elpida. Struck towards point once again, just beyond. Teresa Kapsukavade, and that's going to go away for a 4. And Maria Siriotti pretty frustrated with that little bit of fielding, just saying, what was that? What was that? I think she's just been done a little there by some of the spin off the field. It's kind of spun away from her, didn't it? Yeah, just a few errors you got to say by Greece to start off. Uncharacteristic errors, you have to say as well. I mean, this Greek side are normally very good in the field. And, well, Maria Siriotti, she's got her hands on her heads right now looking at some of the foot fielding. Just need to lock in a little bit, Greece. Yeah, Maria Siriotti just telling some of her teammates, don't walk, run, attack the ball. I think she's just a little bit disappointed with some of the lack of intensity from some of the players out in the field. And Maria Siriotti is certainly someone who wears her heart on her sleeve, a very, very vocal captain. Is always keen to dish out some advice to her teammates, and she has been so impressive. I have to say, got a very bright future ahead. Struck towards cover, and is this going to go away for a boundary? Yes, it will. A brilliant shot there by Wilhelmina Garcia. A little bit of stand and deliver. Just leans back, plays that with a straight bat through the line, out towards that cover boundary. 4 more runs for Germany. That was a gorgeous looking shot. Got Mr. Maximo Vinisandu joining us in the chat as well. Kalimera. Kiria Sandhu is joining us too. Says he's going to be hopping onto a plane to Sweden. Yeah, what a wonderful series over in Jersey. I mean, yesterday we saw one of the most remarkable results when the Eastern Royals had a collapse for the ages against MCCW. Both those sides actually played 2 very entertaining matches against each other. The MCC women winning the first match against the Eastern Royals by 2 runs, and then, well, quite remarkably, we saw the old Uno reverse when the Eastern Royals beat the MCC side by a couple of runs in the final match of the day. There's a look at the standings. 2 wins out of 2 for Germany to start off. 2 massive wins as well, I have to say. Out towards final leg. Not the best ball there by Makri. Just a little bit wayward to start here, Greece. Not quite the same discipline we saw from them yesterday. Of course, it's been a long weekend for them. Results haven't really gone their way. 5 matches so far. 5 convincing victories for the German national team. Just got to pick themselves up. 1 more day to go. The weather's quite nice today as well. Nice and chilly. Good conditions to bowl in. 1 more big effort from Greece. That's what all the Hellenic fans want. I always love Monteluce's insight, just pointing out that it's good cricket here by Garcia and Vijay Raghavan to run very wide from the non-striker. Another rough stuff right beside the pitch. Oh, he's got such wonderful insights, Monteluce. Struck away towards point. They'll pick up a single here, Germany. Lucci also made a comment about Maria Siriotti, saying that he's always wanted to see a Greek cricket captain going off. I just love it. She's got such passion. Very vocal, very loud, always giving advice. And you can see she's extremely well respected by her teammates as well. Star player on this side, and she's certainly a captain who can back up all of her words. Oh, there was a little edge there. Maybe that was a bit of pad. I think that it might have been pad rather than bat. And it almost looks like there was some bat involved as well. Let's just take a look at this. Were there two noises? Were there two noises? Nice bit of bowling there, and not too much Vijayaraghavan could have done about that. That was just a superb ball. Let's have a look at this. Ooh, bat and pad, maybe. Pulled away, goes for the shorter delivery on this occasion. Goes towards Teresa. Don't feel that quite well. Exciting day of cricket yesterday on the European Cricket Network, of course. Saw a couple nice matches here between Germany and Greece, but yeah, some great cricket going on at the moment across the network. Nice looking leave there by Garcia. Don't tend to see that too much in T20 cricket. Of course, we had the ECSW Liberation Series in Germany on Friday. It was the conclusion of the men's series. Congratulations to Central Commanders for lifting that trophy. But over in the women's series, it started yesterday. Had some exciting matchups. The Eastern Royals were defeated by the Western Towers in the opening match of that series. Pretty convincing victory for the Western Towers, winning that with 9 balls to spare and by 8 wickets. Grab a couple of runs here fairly comfortably, Germany. And the Eastern Royals would succumb to defeat for a second match in a row after they were defeated by MCC. They were cruising along, needed just about 25 runs in the remaining 5 overs, and somehow managed to succumb to defeat, losing 8 wickets in a very quick succession, ultimately losing that match by 2 runs. And over in match 3, the Western Towers notched a dominant victory against the MCC, winning by 80 runs, scoring 149 runs in the first innings and restricting MCC to just 69 in the second. And in match 4, we saw the Eastern Royals bounce back, pick up their first victory of the ECS. They were able to defeat the Western Towers by 19 runs. And then, of course, that thrilling match right at the end of the day against MCC, where they just about managed to hang on, didn't they? Taking the victory against MCC by a couple of runs, doing the old Uno reverse card, losing by 2 runs to them earlier and then winning by 2 runs to them at the end of the day. That's a wide there by Siriotti, doesn't quite get that right. Umpire Marilena Ruva will stretch her arms and declare that a wide. So things are looking very, very exciting over in the Liberation Series right now in Jersey. You have the Western Towers and Eastern Royals are both tied at 8 points apiece. Of course, the Western Towers have a superior run rate and a match in hand. Cut hard towards point. It's going to be a single. Meanwhile, for MCC, they do have a match in hand on the Royals, but just the 1 victory for them. They're sitting on 4 points. So it's all to play for there today, isn't it? All to play for. Clipped away. Are they going to push for a second? No, they'll have to settle for a single. Not too long until match 6 over in Jersey gets underway. The opening match there will be between Western Towers and MCC. Got 4 games of T10 cricket over in Jersey alongside us this afternoon. Ball was going wide, and oh dear. Oh dear. Well, Teresa going for the old foot fielding again, and you can see that Siriotti is not too impressed. If there's one person you want to put your best fielding effort again, it has to be your captain. Tries to foot field it, and A pretty dejected look there for Maria Siriotti. Not the start she was hoping for from her girls. 38 for no loss over here for Germany. Expected scores ballooned up to 175. Oh, nicely played. Really nicely played there by Vijayaraghavan. Is this going to be a teaser for the fielder a little bit? Going to go away for 4 runs. Striking their boundaries really nicely here early in the innings. Germany, they've come in with a very attacking approach of Garcia and Vijayaraghavan. They've seen 5 boundaries struck so far this innings. Wide down the leg side. Pulled away, and this is having enough to go in for a 4. It's going to be a big chase. Who's going to win this race, the ball or the fielder? And it looks like the fielder's going to win this race. Viziotti just able to get to the ball on time. The throw wasn't the strongest, which just meant that Germany were tempted to maybe go for the 3rd run, but they opt not to in the end. Terrific start here for Germany. Just take a look at that run rate, 11.5. This is already looking like it's going to be the biggest power play we have seen so far this T20I series. Incredible run rate, 11.5. Some great boundary hitting here by Germany. I think just a few too many lapses by Greece in the field at the moment, and gotta say the accuracy, the line and length that we typically see from Makri and Siriotti just hasn't been there. Got to pick themselves up here, Greece. One big performance. Last day of this tournament. Push towards cover. They'll get a single. Just love this by Vijayaraghavan and Garcia. They're just keeping the scoreboard ticking, keeping dot balls to an absolute minimum, and then anytime they get an opportunity, they'll punish the bowler and send the ball racing away towards the boundary. Nicely left there by Garcia. That's only the 6th dot ball we've seen so far this innings, just to emphasize how low that dot ball percentage is. And 2 of those dot balls are because Garcia's decided to leave a couple. So certainly is very interesting, but Garcia just playing that towards mid-on. She'll pick up a single. Yeah, dot ball percentage currently it's just 22% for Germany. Took out the calculator and just had a look at that quite quickly. Make that 25% now after that dot ball. Wire delivery doesn't quite get that right there, Makari. Played away towards the onside. They'll pick up another run here, and now Germany bring up their 50 very, very quickly inside the 5th over. Dream start here for Germany. Fastest we've seen any side get to their 50 so far this series. That, of course, even includes the T10, so this run rate, very impressive for Germany so far. Played away nicely behind point, and are they going to push for a second? Oh, they most certainly will, and they'll make it back comfortably. I think they know which fielders to target as well, Germany. I think they know where the strongest arms in this Greek side are, and they know who they can maybe risk going for those second and even third runs. We did see them run a 3 earlier this innings. So here's a look at the ECCW coming up in December. Greece, of course, are in the emerging division against Czechia, Malta, Croatia, and Sweden. Meanwhile, over in the Challenger division, Germany will have to face the likes of Italy, Spain, Austria, and Cyprus. In the Premier division, we really have the cream of Europe, the England 11, Scotland 11, Ireland 11, Netherlands 11, and Jersey, of course. Jersey, got a great series going on there right now. I was just talking about it earlier. The ECSW certainly looks like it's going to be absolutely riveting today. As I mentioned, a lot of these sides are neck and neck. The Western Towers, Eastern Royals, and the MCC got 4 matches coming up in Jersey. All 3 of those teams will play each other 3 times over the course of the weekend. Way out behind square leg. That's going to be a single. Yeah, I know we have a few baseball fans in the chat. It's a bit like a 3-game set, isn't it, in the MLB? Just looking at some of these matchups over in Jersey, match 6, the Western Towers against MCC. You feel like MCC are probably going to have to win that match. It's almost must win for them if they want to lift the ECS crown over in Jersey. Well, what a tackle there. Just puts a boot out. Talking about other sports, we've spoken a little bit about a few other sports so far this morning, and well, it's a bit of a slide tackle there by Maria Sirioti to try to get to that. Oh, this could be a no ball. It is going to be signaled a no ball, and umpire Jasmine Naeem makes the signal immediately. So a free hit coming up here for Germany. Well above waist height. Well above waist height, and that is smacked away for a boundary. Free hit. Are they going to cash in on this free hit? Looks like it's going to race away towards the boundary as well. Could this be another 4? Is it going to just stop short of the rope? It does. But Viziotti gets to it. They're going to get another run here, Germany. 3 runs once again for this German side. The second time we've seen them run a 3. You can just see some frustration right now in the Greek camp. A lot of annoyance. Not too impressed with the lack of intensity and some of the mistakes in the field. Yorgota also bowling the 6th over, which is rather strange. You typically see Adamandia Macri and Maria Sirioti bowl themselves out in the first 8 overs. And then Yorgota is usually the first change in the 9th over. But things aren't going as Sirioti would have hoped for Adamandia Macri. And things aren't going as she would have hoped for herself either. Thus, might as well roll the dice and get Yorgota in a few overs earlier. Keep in mind, Yorgota, she's a wicket-taking bowler as well. Delivered one of the balls of the series so far to Christina Guff in the first T20I. Wonderful ball that just came back in and clipped the top of the off stump. Gonna leave this one alone, Garcia. Got Adiun Tesserande joining us in the chat, saying, "You'd not be surprised if Germany break 200 during today's play." Could happen, certainly could. I mean, they've got the talent. But 200 certainly is asking a lot, but not unattainable, especially the rate they're going at right now. 11.3. That expected score is 186, and The AI just predicting that Germany will probably just slow down a little bit at some point in this innings, maybe when fielding restrictions are lifted after the power play, or if they were to lose a couple of wickets. But you look at the talent in this German side, just having a look at their team sheets. They got Christina Guff listed to come in at number 3. Career strike rate of 95 for her. And more than 1,100 runs to her name. And then Janet Runnels at number 4. Runnels is a batter who does like to take her time a little bit more. She's very good running between the wickets and is someone who can be a great anchor to the innings. And then Nicole Kingsley at number 5. What a destructive hitter Nicole Kingsley is, and she'll be keen to make amends after the way she was dismissed yesterday. Threw away her wicket fairly cheaply during yesterday's play, and that's just another mistake here by Greece as Makri has to cover plenty of ground to get out towards deep third. And Montelucci just commenting on Garcia's technique, saying that she's got a nice batting stance, looks balanced and relaxed, got a little forward press to get the feet moving. A very technically gifted player, Garcia. And there really are so many in this German side who are so well coached and technically gifted. Oh, is that a catch? Oh, it's been put down. For a moment, I just wondered if Siriotti would be able to hold on to it. It was struck firmly at her. It was a lowish full toss. Garcia just reaching out a little bit more than she would have liked. And in the end, you got to say Siriotti's done pretty well to just bat that one down. It was really traveling at the rate of knots towards her. End of the over, 18 coming off at the most expensive over we've seen so far this innings. The bowling change doesn't quite work out for Greece. As Germany, well, they are off to a dream start. The complete opposite of what we saw 24 hours ago. This time 24 hours ago, Germany were 39 for 4, absolutely reeling in the power play. And we just thought that maybe Greece had a small chance to go on and pull off an upset, but then it was the German middle order that put together a remarkable recovery, that fifth wicket partnership in particular, that was worth 41 runs. And then the platform was laid for the rest of the lineup, the lower order, to accelerate. Not the case so far today. Germany have laid a terrific platform. 70 for no loss. Garcia on 31 of 21. Vijayaraghavan on 26 of 16. Struck away behind square leg. That's going to be a single. So Adamantia does come back into the attack. It's Siriotti who's taken a little bit of a break. So Makri will get bowled out in the first half of the innings. Played away very nicely towards square leg. That's going to race away until it's been stopped brilliantly by Maria Polimeri. This time using a bit of foot fielding, but some sliding foot fielding. Oh, well, talk about a last-ditch tackle. That's what that was. Top ball. Looking to stick a boot out over here. Makri to try to stop that from going halfway for a run, but won't really make a difference. He'll still get a single. Got Jeffrey Mobbs in the chat as well. Just clipped away. They're going to pick up a single over here. Of course, Jeffrey Mobbs very rightfully saying Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. So, yeah, wishing all the mothers out there a very happy Mother's Day. Right out towards point, and they're gonna pick up a single. That will be over. So Germany 76 for no loss at the end of 7 overs. Take a look at the worm over here. So Germany going along at just under 11 and over. Looking really, really good for them, isn't it, right now? Greece just have to find a way to get a few wickets here and stem the bleeding. Otherwise, Germany really could get to something very, very scary. Both these batters, you've got to say, though, they have looked extremely solid out there. Haven't even looked like getting out at any point. Just a couple of half chances presented at points. Play towards point, and that's going to be a single. Of course, alongside the cricket we've had going on in the afternoon here in Jersey, I should say here in Corfu and over in Jersey. Also had a very exciting series in Belgium yesterday. We saw Hasselt, I'd say rather unsurprisingly, pick up a couple of very dominant victories against Royal Brussels. Of course, that meant that Antwerp would drop out of the playoff spots, and instead Hasselt would take their place. And we're set for an exciting finals day over in Belgium. Hasselt and Beveren will play in the qualifier match, and then the final will be involve the Brussels Warriors and the winner of Hasselt against Beveren. Should be an exciting night of cricket over in Belgium. Phil G will be taking you through the action over there. Nice bowling there by Yorota. That was the line and length right on the money. It's on a good length just around that off stump area. Quite over or two would certainly serve Greece quite well. Yorota was a little too expensive in her first over, but looks like she's coming back strong in the second. Isn't quite able to time that as nicely as she'd have liked. Vijay Raghavan ends up playing that straight to the Greek captain, Maria Sirioti, who's standing at short cover. Wonderful bit of bowling here by Yorota. Great comeback in this second over after going for a few runs in her first. Germany, 77 for no loss after 8. And that run rate has dipped under 10 for the first time this innings. Here we go. Set for the start of the 9th over. It's going to be Maria Siriotti bowling herself out. Her final over of this inning. So once again, she will bowl herself out in the first half of the innings. Clipped away by Garcia for a single. Yeah, just a good comment here by Monteluce regarding Ariropolu. It's a very accomplished wicketkeeper, I'd say. We obviously saw that in the first match yesterday where she managed to take 3 catches, are involved in a few run-outs as well. But she's not your traditional keeper, is she, in terms of how vocal she is? She's a very quiet wicketkeeper. I think Maria Siriotti, she's easily by far the most vocal player in this Greek team. This one is pulled away with some venom. Doesn't have enough to go for a 4. It certainly does. And Vijayaraghavan enters the 30s. This goes a little bit too short over there. Siriotti, she's going to be punished for that. It's beautifully played. Just rocks back there so nicely, Vijayaraghavan. Tucked away towards fine leg. Are they going to push for a second? They decide not to. Good call. I have to say, really good call. I think Germany, usually pretty greedy. They always want to go for that second run, but not on this occasion. Vijayaraghavan with a very clear no to Garcia. And good afternoon to Helix, who's joining us in the chat as well. I think, well, I have to say, Helix, you're being very, very generous with that actor comparison. I certainly haven't heard anyone else make that comparison before. Are they going to come back for another run? Yes, they will. Great running. Great running between the wickets there by Germany. We always have Chris Smith on plane watch, and we were just talking about Belgium earlier, and got a flight going from Corfu to Brussels, Brussels Airlines, Airbus A320. I know that a number of viewers have been very interested in some of the planes we have flying overhead. It's played into the gap, and once again, Alexandra Urkulu will use her feet to try to stop that. I had a chance last night to just to check out the city center of Corfu a little bit. And I gotta say, absolutely gorgeous, really is. It's picturesque. As we'll, of course, bring up the scorecard here. And, well, what an opening stand it's been. 87 runs so far. Garcia on 41 of 29, closing in on a half century. Kartika Vijayaraghavan on 33 of 26. Those strike rates are so impressive, aren't they? Garcia on 141. Vijayaraghavan on 127. And Germany are going to be eyeing an absolutely massive total here. We saw a few people just wonder if Germany could get a 200 at some point in this series. And I did say it would be a massive challenge to get 200. You know, we did see Germany get to 166 yesterday. But with the platform that's been laid here, it's certainly not impossible. The expected score is at 184 right now. They managed to get through the overs of Adamantia Macri and Maria Siriotti, who are the two most accomplished bowlers in this Greek side. So Struck out towards mid-on, and that's going to be a single. So they will get to maybe take on some of the less experienced bowlers in the second half of this innings. And we've seen Germany attack in the second half of the innings. They've been very good in the death overs, haven't they? So alarm bells will be ringing right now for Greece. A full toss, struck away very nicely. And to be fair, that was very challenging for Elpida Carlos. It really took a massive bobble off the pitch. Don't know if we just caught that on camera here, but just watch how that just leaps up off the surface. It was always going to be difficult for Elpida Carlos to handle. And now Siriotti has just decided to send Elpida back towards the boundary rope. He's currently at deep mid-wicket. Full toss, just gonna fall short of the field right mid-off. That's Maria Polimeri in that position. Got a couple of runs fairly easily here, Germany. A question in here from Tim Harmer asking if a fan of any other sports. Yeah, a number of other sports. I'd say I'm a sports fan in general. Especially when I was younger, I'd say I had a lot more free time in my teens. There's hardly a sport I didn't watch or know something about. Hit towards mid-on. That's going to be a dot ball. Helix with a very interesting comment in the chat. Just going to read it after we see this ball. Hit away towards point, and that's well fielded by Teresa Capsocavave, who I think she's been great in the field over the course of this series. Made some valuable stops for her side. 95 for no loss at the end of 10 overs. Our Germany going along at a brilliant rate. We'll just pause for a brief drinks break on this lovely day here in Corfu. Chance for us to just recap what we've seen so far today. And of course, the big story is this incredible opening partnership. We've seen 95 runs for this opening stand so far. Garcia, a couple of runs away from a half century, struck 4 boundaries so far. Kartika Vijayaraghavan looking really good as well on 34 of 28. 8 boundaries so far for this German side. They really are motoring along. And Greece, they didn't quite start off with the sort of intensity we've seen from them over the course of this weekend. They were just a little bit sloppy in the field. You could see their captain, Siriotti, a little bit annoyed with some of her teammates, just asking them to pick their energy levels up. And let's see if they can put together some kind of a comeback in the second half of this innings. They desperately need wickets, Grace. They really, really do. Otherwise, Germany looks set to get a pretty intimidating total here. You know, we had a few people wonder whether Germany can go on and even get a 200 at some point. You know, they've got to say, they certainly made the start they need to go on and score that 200. 95 runs so far for them. They'll need 105 in the remaining 10 overs to get to 200. They certainly have the batting prowess to achieve that. I mean, Tina Goff listed to come in at number 3. Got Janet Ronalds at number 4. The powerful Nicole Kingsley, who I think she'll be quite keen for some revenge after how she got dismissed yesterday. A very poor shot by her, unlike Nicole Kingsley, of course, typically holds herself to a very high standard. And then look at the rest of the lineup. Shavia Kolcherum batting at number 6. We saw her bat beautifully a couple of times over the last 2 days. At that brilliant 38 undefeated during the T10 Friday. And then yesterday, a good knock of 21 of 13. And the captain, Asma Dakoli, listed to come in at number 7. She made a good 21 of 12. Got Sadrangani at number 8. She's certainly a very impressive batter. Melinda Beresford at 9. So plenty of batting depth in there for Germany. And with the platform that's been laid, they'll certainly be looking to attack. Sidiote coming on to bowl her 4th over, and well, I really like that. I mean, Sidiote's been calling for her teammates to be a lot more vocal. And just before she came into bowl, her teammates said, "Let's go, Maria, let's go." And Maria just turned to all of her teammates and said, "I didn't hear you." And they responded, "Let's go, Maria," even louder. So she certainly is someone who knows how to G up a crowd. Timothy Lucas saying happy Mother's Day as well. It is Mother's Day today, so happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Yeah, just going to go back to your comment earlier, Helix. Know that I didn't have a chance to read that comment on air. Just mentioned that I have to go get some practice after the day's play, otherwise I'll lose my touch. Well, Helix, you can't lose your touch if you never had it. That's you really can't. That's all I'm going to say. Oh, struck straight back towards Sidiote, and oh, you got to feel for her. She's taken so many blows over the course of this weekend. And it almost seems like every time she picks up an injury, she just gets better and better. Oh, I think this is just on her left or right thigh. Not quite sure which one. Oh, she really has been an iron woman over the course of this series. Every time she cops a blow, it's almost like she picks up another superpower and comes back even stronger. A lot like that famous quote by Sylvester Stallone in Rocky, that it's not about how hard you can hit, it's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. Certainly been the case for Maria Sidiote. They get stronger with every injury. Very impressive, really has been. And I know for a fact that a number of attendees at this event have been amazed by her. Struck away towards mid-wicket, and that's going to be a single. Gets the wicket there, and well, that's what getting an injury does for Maria Sidiote. She can barely walk over to Makari to get a high five, but she's managed to get rid of Garcia. Really unfortunate time for Garcia to get dismissed. She was just 1 run short of a half century. It would have been only the second 50 we've seen so far this weekend. But what an incredible ball there by Sidiote. And as I mentioned, every time she cops a blow, she just seems to come back even stronger. This is a great ball, really is. And just hits the top of middle and leg. Superb bit of bowling. Unfortunate for Garcia, just decides to play a crossover there. I wonder if she would have chosen to play that kind of shot if she knew that she was 1 run away from a 50. And yeah, very unlucky for Garcia. Highest ever score in T20I cricket for her. Beats her previous best of 38 not out. What an unfortunate time to get dismissed. So close to getting her first ever T20I 50. And in comes Nicole Kingsley at number 3. Was originally listed at number 5, but she's going to come in at 3. Pushes that one down the leg side over there. So Nicole Kingsley, of course, captured headlines during the first T10 match back on Friday when she batted superbly, 38 undefeated, to get her side over the finishing line. But since then, hasn't had too many opportunities to bat, and when she has, it's maybe just played a few too many rash shots. We do know Nicole Kingsley has plenty of power. Can strike the ball towards the boundary, an aggressive and dangerous hitter. It's a good situation for her to come into here with Germany in a good position. They got 9 wickets in hand, 9 overs to go. She could just come out here, play fearless cricket, and look to attack. Nice ball there by Jorota, right on the money. Gets that one full and straight. It's going to be interesting to see who bowls the remaining 8 overs here for Greece. So Jorota is going to get bowled out in this over. Seen Makri and Siriotti get bowled out as well. So got 8 overs to go. Let's see which 2 bowlers Siriotti will turn to bowl these remaining 8 overs. Tends to use 5 bowlers, Maria Siriotti. Isn't someone who kind of uses 6 or 7, maybe hands one person a couple, someone else the odd over here and there. She tends to use 5 bowlers, but you know, if the situation demands a change in strategy, then Siriotti will adjust. She's currently fielding out a cow corner, I think. She knows that she's got the strongest arm in this side, so just put herself out there. Just looking at this, some of the options Greece might have. There's Teresa Kapsukavadze, who I thought bowled pretty decently yesterday. She kept things very tight, was very economical. Torlianiti could maybe bowl an over as well. Pidakalus is an option they could turn to. Looks to go big and straight towards mid-on, and the catch is taken. Really good grab. Now this is just what Greece needed. A couple of breakthroughs. They managed to get rid of both the openers. 2 wickets in fairly quick succession here for Greece. Jorota gets her first wicket of the day. And that was very nicely taken by Maria Verviziotti. We know she copped a bit of flack earlier for some of her fielding efforts, but made no mistake when it mattered the most. We'll take a look at that one more time. That's really well taken by Verviziotti. Seen her take a couple of good catches over the course of this weekend, and she was right there at mid-on to take that. So Kartika Vijayaraghavan departs after a nice 35 for a run of ball. Struck 4 boundaries over the course of that innings as well. Helped lay the platform alongside her partner Garcia. And she's put Germany in a very good position. Gonna get a nice round of applause as she makes her way back towards the dugout. Well deserved. A fine knock here by Vijayaraghavan. But this is an ideal situation for Greece. They've got 2 new batters out in the middle. And this is very interesting here by Germany. So they decided to shuffle their batting lineup a lot. We, of course, originally saw Tina Guff listed to come in at number 3. She's not coming at number 4 either. I just had a peek over to the dugout. She's not even got her pads on, so I wonder when we'll see her bat. Shahid was originally listed to come in at number 11, but plays a very good-looking shot here. Should get a couple of runs to get off the mark, and look how rapid she is running between the wickets. That was some very, very quick running. Just shuffled across, helped the ball along towards fine leg. Sajid Thasib, I think this is a very harsh criticism, but just asking if the teams warm up at all. I mean, that is absolutely inaccurate. I think these teams are here hours before the start of the game, getting their practice and warm up in. So very professional sides in that matter. Of course, they've got a huge coaching staff as well. Both these teams were aiding them with those warm ups. So, yeah, that comment certainly isn't on. Played away, and oh, well, Siriotti just tried to slide in, and she's copped quite a few blows. I just had my heart in my mouth for a moment and was desperately praying that ball not hit her shin. And races away for a boundary. I mean, maybe if you're Germany, you'd not want her to pick up an injury, because every time she picks one up, she just seems to get even better. Beautifully struck there by Shahid. It was a full toss, and it was dispatched, given the treatment it deserved. And off it went towards the boundary rope. Let's take a look at the bowling figures for Greece so far. They bowled out their three main wicket-taking strike bowlers, Adamandia, Makri, Siriotti, and Yorgota. It's been a touch expensive today. Not the kind of figures they'll be particularly happy with. Normally the three of them bowl a lot better than this. Here we go. It is indeed going to be Teresa Kapsukavavi bowling the 13th. Looks to go big. Shouts to catch it, but will fall short of Yorgota. Nice throw there by Yorgota, though. Managed to get the direct hit in. But Kingsley was in. Same little fist pump by Kingsley as well after she got to the non-striker's end. Quite an optimistic appeal there. Obviously not much going for that. Massive shout by Siriotti saying the whole team needs to clap after every good ball. Well, plane watcher's got another aircraft just flying overhead right now. Oh, it's just gonna land beyond the grasp of fielder at cover. That was Nicole Zolianiti. I got an easy jet flying from Corfu to Edinburgh. Also an A320. Tend to see A320s around this part. Don't tend to get the bigger planes, of course. Mostly budget airlines frequenting Corfu. Struck out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. That's played away, and this is gonna race away towards the rope, and oh, that's quite unfortunate. That's Maria Polimeri and Adamantia Makri just running into each other. Luckily, the clash wasn't too hard, so they could both see the lighter side of it. Don't think anyone's hurt. I think they were both just laughing after that, but they just both run into each other. Yeah, all's well that ends well. I think sometimes those can end a lot worse than you'd like. Played way out towards short cover. Struck out towards mid-wicket. Just gonna be stopped quite well there by Nicole Dolianidi. Struck out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be another single. And Pidakalus with a good start to this over, keeping things fairly tight. Looks to go big over here. Nicole Kingsley, and once again there was a catching chance for the fielder at mid-on. And it went to Maria Verviziotti, who we saw take a catch earlier. But this time just wasn't quite able to hold on to it. It was struck pretty firmly as well by Nicole Kingsley. But yeah, this is good bowling by Elpida Kalus. Struck hard behind square leg. This is going to take some chasing. Oh, uses a bit of foot fielding here again. And Alexandra Kurkula will be pretty disappointed by that. Just tried to use her shoe to stop that from going away for 4 runs. And it ends up just bobbling a little bit before it gets to her, which means that she just ends up flicking it on towards the boundary rope. Struck towards square leg, and we'll get a single over here. So got a question here by Mobin asking, why does it write Hellas at the back of their jerseys and not their names? Well, the reason, Mobin, is because you play for your country, not for yourself. And it's like Tony Adams once said, you play for the name at the front of the jersey, not the one at the back. And these Greek players are not playing for personal glory, they're playing for the glory of their nation. This one struck out towards mid-on. That's going to be a single. But yep, Hellas, of course, comes from Hellas, which is how Greece is called in Katharevousa. It's Greece, the English word itself comes from the Roman word for Greece. But Hellas is how Greeks will often refer to Greece, at least in a slightly more romantic sense. That's not the official name of the country. Official name of the country in Greek is Helava. Yeah, often on big national celebrations, people will say things like Zito e Las rather than Helada. It's how the country was referred to prior to modern standard Greek becoming the norm. You can just see a bit more energy now in this Greek side after they've managed to get those couple of wickets. They were a lot more muted in the first half of the innings. But now that they've just managed to sneak in a few quiet overs and this run rate's begun to dip, there's been an increase in morale for this Greek side. Going to come down the wicket over here. Shahid, she'll strike that firmly towards mid-on and get a quick single. I think the big improvement for Greece has been the decrease in the amount of extras they're bowling. They bowled maybe a few too many extras in the first half of the innings. Both these batters out in the middle have pretty decent strike rates. Shahid going at just under 140, Nicole Kingsley a shade above a run a ball. The big difference, though, is not as many extras. We've seen just the one extra bowled over the last 3 overs. And if you compare that to what we were seeing during the first 5 overs, we almost saw a couple of wides or no balls and over right at the start of this innings. Nicole Kingsley will just get that one away. It's going to be another single. Bulk of Germany's runs have come through that mid-wicket region, scoring 43 runs through mid-wicket so far this innings. Let's have a look at the bowling figures here. I beg your pardon, I should say the graphic for our upcoming matches over in Jersey. So Western Tower is about to take on MCC in the opening match over there. Should be able to just take a quick peek and see how that match is going so far. The Western Towers are 21 for no loss at the end of the first over, so that is a dream start for them, scoring 21 off the first over. MCC, I'd have to say that first match for them is an almost must-win. They're currently sitting on 4 points. The Eastern Royals and the Western Towers are tied at 8 points apiece, but the Western Powers have a big advantage considering they have an improved net run rate and, of course, a match in hand. And then match number 7 features the Eastern Royals, who after suffering a couple of defeats, the second being the most shocking defeat when they collapsed, conceding 8 wickets, scoring just 24 runs. They bounced back in the second half of the day and managed to win a couple of matches. They've got a game coming up against MCC in match number 7, and then they'll be right back out for match number 8 against the Western Tower. So they'll certainly be rooting for MCC in match 6, and things look very interesting over in Jersey. So that's one of those days where you want to have a couple of screens to watch ECN cricket and absorb all the action. Struck away towards fine leg. It's going to be a big chase here for Alexandra Kurkulu. There was no fielder anywhere near the vicinity of that ball. Get a couple of runs there, Germany. Oh, struck firmly out towards square leg, once again towards Alexandra. And yeah, good to see her using her hands this time and not going for foot fielding. Well dealt with in the end by Kurkulu. And in the 16th over, Germany are 133 for 2. We'll take a look at the worm for this German side so far. So there has been a little bit of a dip in the run rate in the second half of the innings after they lost those 2 wickets. Struck hard and stopped very well out in the deep. Once again, behind square leg, and it takes a little bit of a bobble before going towards Maria Bolimeri, who just gets her body behind that one to ensure it doesn't get past her. Yeah, this is an interesting comment here by Helix, referring to that little discussion that was occurring in the chat earlier about White Wrights Hellas and the back of their jerseys. Oh, really well taken there by Adamandia Maka. That was a brilliant take mid-air. Grabbed that one-handed and threw it right back towards the keeper. And that ensured that the Germans could only get a single and not a second run. So she saved her side a run there. But yeah, interesting, of course, Helix said, it's all Greek to me. Well, in Greece, they obviously don't say it's all Greek to me because, you know, they understand Greek. I think the Greek expression is it's all Chinese to me. Struck away towards mid-wicket. And this needs a big throw over here. I mean, Adamandia Makri's got a very strong arm. That was a terrific throw, but Germany still managed to get a couple of runs. I actually wonder what the origins of that were. Why did they choose it's all Greek to me and not any other language which English speakers don't understand? Might be something worth looking into during the innings break. Or can one of you in the chat maybe go and look that one up, and we can maybe discuss it near the conclusion of this innings. They'll grab another couple of runs here, Germany. They've really picked it up, haven't they? Greece in the second half of this innings. I think the key difference really has been the amount of extras they've cut down. They've been a lot better in the field as well. I just thought the first half of the innings, especially those opening 4 to 6 overs during the power play, that intensity wasn't quite there in the field. They weren't as locked in and as focused as they'd have liked to be. And I think there was a clear message from Sidioti that, look, guys, we've got to pick this up. You know, this is not good enough. I want to hear a lot more chatter. I want you to be a lot more vocal, and I want to see a lot more energy. And there's also been a slight drop in the amount of foot fielding we've seen as well. Yeah, the intensity certainly has been there by Greece in the second half of this thing. Still looks like Germany will get to a pretty impressive total nonetheless. The expected score is currently 172. If they can get to that, that would be the highest total we've seen so far this T20I series. But an improvement by Greece in the second half of the innings. And well, plane watchers, I think we might have an easy jet going overhead. I'll just confirm. Yes, it is. Going from Corfu to Luton once again, an A320. Chris Smith will be very happy to hear that. Got a few fans in attendance today as well. We had a large number of supporters in the afternoon yesterday. A massive contingent came in, and Greece had a lot of support. The second T20I in particular. Got it! Great wicket there for Elpida Kalus. What a moment. Gets rid of Shahid. And she's going to get a nice round of applause from those in attendance as well as her team. Humongous moment for her. A T20I wicket. Massive moment, and gets rid of a player. Shahid's quality as well. A fine knock here by Ramisha Shahid. Certainly followed up the good work that we saw from the opening partnership. Looking to play a crossover here, and just doesn't quite bounce as much as she expected. That's not the first time we've seen a German batter fall prey that way. Now she's going to have to go back after having made 27 of 21. A good knock for her. Not quite bouncing as much as she expected. Just kind of dips down on her, doesn't it? And Elpida Kalus finds the off stump. Great bit of bowling, and that will encourage her mightily. So big congratulations to Elpida Kalus for picking up an international wicket. Well, her name does mean hope, and let's see if she can just inject some hope into this Greek team. That is, of course, her 7th T20I wicket. She's just 15 years of age. Will turn 16 this October. Elpida Kalus. As we've mentioned a number of times, this Greek side has a very youthful look about it. Oh, crash, bang, wallop. What a shot. You would have heard the crack of the bat all the way back in Athens. That's how firmly it was struck. Kolcherum with a shot and a half to start off her innings. Yeah, it is worth pointing out. It is Shravya Kolcherum who's on strike. Nicole Kingsley is at the non-strikers end. Just a slight mistake on the screen right now. Played away towards mid-on, and that's going to be another boundary. So it's back-to-back fours to start off here. That was a lowish full toss. Those aren't always easy to negotiate. And just finds the gap there, that gap between mid-off and mid-on. In response, Sirioti has just moved long off and long on back. There's Rizziotti to collect that. She'll pick up a single after getting a couple of boundaries. Yeah, I like that comment there by Monte Lucci, just talking about Elpida Kalus's wicket to get rid of Ramisha Shahid. Compared it to a Shane Warne flipper. I think some of the corrections to the score are just being made right now. We'll see Shravya Kolcherum credited for those runs. Oh, could this be a chance for a run out? It will be. Yes, it will. I think for a moment I just wondered if Ioana Hiropoulou had knocked the stumps over without the ball in her hand. That is, of course, a wide, and then a nice throw there by Chrisa Kanta. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, dear. Well, not quite sure if she was holding on to the ball when she knocked over the stumps, but that won't matter one bit to the Greeks. And it is an unfortunate way for Nicole Kingsley to go out. Kingsley certainly does enjoy herself when she's out in the middle. Fine cricketer, she really is. Good knock by her here as well, making 17 of just 15 deliveries. think it is worth pointing out, though, that obviously, we do have the luxury of being able to look at this slow motion. But when you're out in the middle, I mean, all this happens so quickly. It's just very difficult, to get every single decision spot on. And, I think that standard of umpiring has been very, very high over the course of this weekend. And it's been wonderful to see the way in which the local Greek umpires have been developing as well. Go one ball left in this over. And it's going to be Sharanya Sadarangani who's going to face this ball. Just getting middle stump guard. And both Sadarangani and Shevya Kolcharam, I think she ended up getting leg stump guard or maybe middle and leg. Yeah, both these players, they really do bat very well in tandem. We saw them put together a good partnership earlier yesterday. Touch short there by Elpida Kalus, but kind of just stayed low, which made it pretty challenging to face. They'll get that one away for a single, Sadarangani. End of the 18th over. Germany are 156 for 4. We got some comments here about how many runs have been made through the offside so far. I think some of these comments, though, I have to say, are just being overly harsh. But we have seen Germany score 42 runs through the offside so far this innings. I mean, obviously, they are favoring the leg side. But yeah, I have still seen 42 runs scored through the onside, about 96 on the onside. And then, of course, the remaining runs have come courtesy of extras. So expected score is currently at 176. With these two dangerous batters out there, that's certainly attainable. Maybe they could go even higher and get into the 180s. Verviciotti is coming into bowl. Greece deciding to make a bowling change. I think they just want to give a number of different bowlers the chance to roll their arm. Teresa Kapsukavadi could have continued and bowled the penultimate over. I think Teresa has bowled remarkably well. She's certainly been the pick of the bowlers for Greece. So far, this match has the lowest economy rate at 7.3. But I think Sidioti just wants to give maybe a couple other players a chance to go out there and roll their arm a little bit. Gotta say, been much more economical in the second half of the innings, Greece. Keep in mind, Germany were 95 for no loss halfway through this innings. I've seen just 65 runs scored in the last 49 deliveries. Yes, we got a few questions over here regarding the differences between ECS, ECI cricket, and of course T20I cricket. So, while we do use video technology in ECI and ECS cricket to influence some of the decisions, that is not the case in T20I cricket. The on-field umpires' decisions are final. This is struck straight down the ground, out towards Kurkulu. That's going to go up in the air, get the top edge, just to evades the grasp of the fielders. Yeah, so not even runouts. Yeah, the even runouts in T20I cricket are decided by the on-field umpire. So no use of video technology whatsoever to influence any of the decisions. This is good bowling here by Verviziotti. Just keeping things nice and tight. She's really cramping the batters for room as well, not giving them the chance to free their arms. Oh, this is going to be a no ball. This is definitely going to be a no ball. A rare mistake there by Verviziotti, who's kept things very, very tight. Let's just take a look at this once again. Well above waist height. And in the end, that's a baseball shot that's been played. Really is. Just managed to get that one away. Would have been a foul ball in baseball, though. She played that stroke. But yeah, gets it away for 4 runs. And a free hit is coming up here for this German side. The last ball of the penultimate over. Looks to go big again. Just beyond the reach of Kurkulu. They'll look to push for a second run. Can they get a run out? Oh, not quite. Wasn't the most accurate throw, and the collection wasn't entirely clean either, which means that Germany will safely get 2 runs. So the expected scores right now 174. I'd expect it to be a little higher. As you can see, the updates just been made. It's now gone up to 180. So they certainly have a good chance here to crack the 180s. Let's just take a look at the bowling figures for Greece. A little more expensive than usual. I mean, typically Makri and Siriotti tend to set the tone in those first 8 overs, but the 2 of them were uncharacteristically wayward over the course of this innings. Gotta say, the pick of the bowlers has been Teresa Kapsukavadi, who interestingly hasn't come back to bowl a 4th over. Instead, they've gone with Elpida Kalush to bowl the final over. Up in the air, and it's going to take a bounce before it goes to the Greek skipper, Siriotti. She's got a good, strong arm, which is why they get a slight chance there to maybe force a run out, but the running between the wickets was exceptional. Oh, what a delivery. That is one of the best deliveries we've seen so far this innings. It was full and straight, angling into the stumps, and then just a little bit of seam movement there and beats the outside edge of the bat. Boy, was that a beauty. Not too much that Kolchidum could have done about that. And she is motoring along at 18 off just 8 deliveries. Oh, a little too short there. That is struck firmly, but struck straight at Siriotti, who's going to field that quite well. We'll get a couple more runs here, Germany, though. Running hard between the wickets once again. Just needs to keep it full here. Elpida Kalush needs to keep it nice and full. Just dropped the last one a touch too short. A little bit surprised why Chrisa Kanta is fielding where she is. I think they'd be better served as putting her somewhere close to the edge of the inner ring. I think saving runs is a priority right now for Greece. A couple more runs, though, for Germany, who are running hard between the wickets. So 1 ball to come. A boundary needed here for Germany to crack the 180s. Will they get it? Struck away and straight into the hands of Dolianidi, who's going to take that catch. Really important wicket, the 2nd wicket of this innings for Elpida Kalush. Great moment for her. 2 international wickets for her in this match. She will be mightily delighted as Germany will end up on 177 runs. Her previous best bowling figures were 2 for 13 in T20I cricket. But with this performance, she gets herself up to 8 international wickets in T20 cricket. So big congratulations to Elpida Kalus. Greece, with an improved performance in the second half of the innings, they certainly made life a little bit more difficult for this German side in the second half of this innings. Let's have a look at the highlights of what we just witnessed. So it was a great start for Germany, a flying start. They had a 97-run opening partnership thanks to some really aggressive batting by Wilhelmina Garcia, making 49 runs off just 35 deliveries, 35 run a ball for her partner Kartika Vijayaraghavan. The two really set the table for Germany to go on and accelerate in the second half of the innings. They just kind of took Greece out of this match very, very early, didn't they? Garcia was desperately unlucky to get dismissed the way she did, falling just 1 run short of a half century. I mean, looking back at the stroke she played, I just wonder if she'd known that she only had 1 run to go until she got her 50. Would she maybe have just played a slightly different stroke? Would have been her first ever T20I 50 if she'd been able to make that extra run. There it is. There's a dismissal of Wilhelmina Garcia. That was the first wicket we saw this innings. Maria Siriotti, the skipper for Greece, getting rid of Garcia. Nicole Kingsley would come in to replace her, making 17 of 15, struck 1 boundary over the course of her innings. This was, of course, the catch taken by Maria Ritsiotti to get rid of Kartika Vijayaraghavan, and Nefeli Yorgota picking up the wicket over there. We'll continue to look at these highlights, and of course, Germany, although they did slow down a little bit in the second half of the innings, they still managed to get plenty of runs, ending up on 177. At one point, we thought that Germany might be able to get into the 180s, and a few people in the chat were even wondering if Germany could crack 200 for the first time this series. They do still end up posting the biggest total we've seen over the course of the T20Is. And they're in a very, very strong position once again. It is a familiar story, isn't it? Germany coming out in the first innings, putting plenty of runs on the board, and then Greece kind of being behind the 8 ball in the second innings and having to find a way to salvage some kind of a respectable performance. This was the run out to get rid of Nicole Kingsley. A little bit of controversy about that. I know a few German fans will disagree with that decision. They'll feel that maybe it was the gloves that dislodged the bails and that the keeper wasn't in control of the ball. We'll take a look at some of these moments again. There was a nice catch by Viljaniti to get rid of Shravya Kolstrom. A nice little cherry on top and a good way to end this innings. Germany end up with 177. We'll take a quick look at the scorecard here for Germany. The top score, of course, Garcia, 49 of 35 deliveries. Vijayaraghavan with a run of ball, 35. Kingsley with a nice 17 of 15. Ramisha Shahid making 27 of 21. Kolstrom was incredible, wasn't she? Look at that strike rate, a strike rate of 200. She was dismissed on the very last ball of the innings. And Sadarangai chipping in with a run of ball 6. Incredible batting performance there by Germany. Everyone chipping in with a few runs. I think their entire coaching staff, as well as captain Asmita Kohli, will be very impressed with that performance. Meanwhile, for Greece, they didn't quite get what they wanted up early from Makri and Siriotti, who were a little bit more expensive than usual. Greece were a little bit sloppy in the field to start things off as well. But credit to them for pulling things back a little bit in the second half of the innings. Teresa Kapsukavalia thought bowled really well, and I was a bit surprised that she didn't get a 4th over. So we're halfway through this match. Germany have set a target of 178 for Greece. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens in a few moments' time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back for the start of the second innings. Germany have set a target of 178 for Greece. This is the highest total we have seen so far over the course of these T20Is. And let's see how Greece go about things. They got a pretty good start during yesterday's second T20I when their skipper, Maria Sirioti, and Adamantia Makri went out there and batted superbly to bring up a 60-plus run opening stand. And they'll be hoping for something very similar from the two of them today. Two umpires making their way out onto the field, Jasmine Naim and Marilena Ruva. Of course, it's the first time we have two female umpires umpiring a game in Greece, so a little bit of history. Boy, did they do a wonderful job during that first innings. And looking forward to seeing more of them over the course of the second. Chance to just dive into the chat and say hello to a few people who are joining us. Got Monteluce, Helix, Johnny Hisham, Chris Smith has dropped in as well. So the German team just making their way out onto the field. And the two Greek batters making their way there too. I think it's going to be Sirioti and Adamantia Makri. So they're just going to stick with the same opening partnership that brought them a lot of joy during yesterday's second T20I. I'll be hoping for a big start from the two of them. Might be tough for Greece to actually go on and win this match yet. 178 is a pretty formidable target. I mean, they're yet to get to 100 in the first couple of T20Is. But if they can at least make this close, if they can at least achieve a few personal milestones, then that will be a big accomplishment for them. Of course, with Chris Smith in the chat. I know he's always on plane watch. He's always got the flight tracker out. Got a Boeing 737. Had mostly A320 so far this morning flying overhead. It's a Jet 2 going from Corfu out to Birmingham. Here we go. We're set for the start of the second innings. It's going to be Ramisha Shahid bowling this first over. I know she's got plenty of pace. Gets the ball to shape away from the right-handers as well. Here we go. It's a little bit of bat on that there. Adamantia Makri, and she's just spoiled to wide. Really has. Should have let that one go, and would have been a lot better served. It's actually not the skipper, Maria Sirioti, who's at the other end. It's Ioanna Giropolu. Sirioti just to my right here in the dugout, and I can tell she's in a little bit of pain with all the blows that she's copped over the course of this series. But expect her to bat at number 3 or 4. And she just gets that lovely movement back into the right-handers, doesn't she? A little bit expensive at times over the course of the T10s, but certainly got plenty of fire and pace. Gets some bat on that. And she'll get her first run here. Adamandia Makri, she's off the mark. Not the most convincing of shots, but just making a few fielding adjustments here for the left-hander, Polo, one of the few left-handers in this Greek batting lineup. So maybe the thinking here for Sidiotis, just let's try to get a right and left-hander out there. Got Chris Smith just coming up with some information about where he lives. Well, Chris, I don't think you'd want to self-dock yourself on that chat. Don't self-dox. That's just a little bit of advice from me. End of the first over. Greece are 1 for no loss. One run coming off the first over. Very, very tight by Shahid, and that's what this German side won from her. She's a wicket-taking bowler. Got real pace and fire and passion. Got Monteluce asking in the chat, put a little trivia thing, asking some of the other members of the chat. The Greek name of the island, of course, is Kerkyra, not Corfu. And yeah, as he pointed out, that name originates from Greek mythology. Kerkyra was a beautiful nymph, the daughter of the Asopos River and the nymph Merope. And of course, Poseidon charmed her and fell in love with her. The English name itself, Corfu, is the ancient Greek name for the island. It certainly derives its roots from there. So Ronalds is going to bowl the second over. Ronalds was very, very impressive yesterday. I thought she was one of the standout bowlers, kept things extremely tight. Bowled a wicket maiden at one point as well. Ooh, well, nice ball there by Ronalds, just trying to get Makri to reach out at that one. Janet Ronald with some very impressive figures yesterday. Picked up 4 wickets, had an economy rate of 4.25. Just keeps things very nice and simple, though. She's got a nice, repeatable action. Everything is just rather full and straight. And her thing is, well, you lose your patience before I lose mine. And just keep it on those right lines and lengths. Wait for the batter to make a mistake. And that's when she gets her wickets. Well defended there by Makri. So Makri is someone who's certainly capable of spending a lot of time out in the middle. She's got a very good looking defensive shot. She's got nice technique, but I think just the next aspect of her game are adding some of those run scoring shots, in particular on the offside. I mean, you take a look at some of these defensive strokes she's playing, really are very, very nice. But for her to succeed at T10 and T20 cricket, I think she'll just want to add that ability to drive the ball, cut the ball, get those runs on the offside as well. Next to go towards mid-on. Oh, this could be a chance for a run out. The ball, it was just badly overthrown in the end. That's a rare mistake by Germany in the field. That was Milena Beresford, number 14, at mid-on. So 2 overs in the books, and Greece have managed to muster just 3 runs of these first couple of overs. We'll take a look at the standings. And as we can see, Germany winning 2 out of 2, looking to make it 3 wins out of 3. And of course, with a victory in this match, they'll pick up an unassailable lead, and Greece will thus be unable to win this trophy, even if they can get a win in the 4th and final match of our T20I series coming up later this afternoon. Blocks that one out there, Adamantia Makri. Good ball there. Nice and full. It's a lot cooler today than it was this time yesterday. The temperature says it's 21 degrees Celsius and the humidity is 71%, but there is a real breeze. So, you know, it's worth checking the real feel, because it certainly feels a lot chillier than that. You know, it was listed as 23, 24 C yesterday. I certainly felt a lot warmer. It's got a little cloud cover and some winds blowing across the ground. It's really good bowling here by Shahid, and some point though, Makri's playing some nice defensive strokes. He's just gonna have to find a way to at least get singles. Just keep that strike rotating, keep rotating the strike. Because at the moment, Germany won't mind this one bit. Down the leg side, and good work there by Sadarangani to ensure that didn't get past her. Oh, she'll get a run over here, Makri. And a run at last for Greece. Runs have been pretty hard to come by early in this innings. It brings Argyropoulos on strike. The left-handed batter yet to get off the mark in the first couple of balls she's faced. Makri has had the bulk of the strike so far. They've got a deep square leg and a deep backward square leg in place here. Argyropoulos, wonder what the plan is. Are they just looking to bang one in short over here? Let's just take a look. Just straying down the leg side over there. And that will be signal leg by. So Greece get a run, but Argyropoulos still isn't off the mark. She will be on strike, though, to start the fourth over. Greece, well, struggling, aren't they? Just 6 runs of these first 3 overs. Ronalds is going to continue. Had a quiet first over. They've got a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket in place over here for Argyropoulos. Those are the 2 fielders outside the ring. There we go. First ball of the fourth over. It's played aerially. It's just going to land safely in between a couple of fielders. And they'll pick up another run. Yeah, that's Chris Smith just talking a little bit about how things are over in Birmingham and the different destinations he gets to travel to from Birmingham Airport. Yeah, and often the cheapest flights in the UK as well, they tend to be out of London, don't they? I mean, there's often times when it's cheaper to travel to London from the Midlands or up north and then get a flight from there than maybe use your local airport. Oh, struck really firmly out towards Shahid. They'll pick up another single. Oh, Ronald's just running into Argyropoulos, who was back at the striker's end. 1 run of 5 deliveries for her so far, and once again, it's going to have to make a few adjustments in the field for the left-hander. Outside edge, and it's just going to go towards backward point. Have to stick with a single here, Greece. It's important that they just run hard between the wickets, get these singles, keep the scoreboard ticking, and then just wait for the odd opportunity when it arises to score a boundary. Blocks that one out. Struck firmly behind square leg. Does it have enough to go for a 4? Not quite, because that's a brilliant bit of fielding by Nicole Kingsley, who covered a lot of ground, charging across from deep mid wicket. Good take as well by her in the end. 4 overs are in the books, and Greece are 10 for no loss. Well, as you can see, they managed to get 10 runs in 4 overs, but in reality, they'll need more than that every single over from here on out if they are to win this game. So we're going to see a bowling change. Looks like Milena Beresford is going to come in to bowl the 5th over. Looking to go for a big heave across over there. Another Mandia Makri. Doesn't quite get the line right over there, Milena Beresford. Doesn't quite get that right either. A little too short, a little too wide. Nicely blocked out there by Adamandia Makri. Certainly is someone who could enjoy some success in longer formats of the game. Got a nice technique, good looking forward defensive shot, but it's just about creating more scoring opportunities. Oh, nicely played there along the ground. She's going to be helped out by a slight misfield. That's been spilled out in the deep. Could have done a lot better. It's a rare mistake by Germany in the field. It was struck pretty firmly, to be fair, by Adamandia Makri. Just pulls that one away towards mid-wicket. And off it went for 4 runs. Been otherwise just struggling a little bit with wides here, Milena Beresford. Just needs to get her radar right. This is just clipped away towards square leg, and that is going to be a single. We have a few comments here about how Greece are doing, and I think it is worth keeping in mind. Greece are playing against an opposition that is a division above them. A division above them in the ECCW. You know, they've shown great fighting spirit going up against an experienced side like this German side. Keep in mind, almost the entirety of this Greek team are under 18. And not only that, but Greece is not a historic cricket-playing nation, and it's incredible to see, you know, native-born Greek players picking up cricket and playing with incredible passion. So it is worth keeping that in mind. I mean, these are not cricketers who come from traditional cricketing backgrounds. They've not had the privilege of growing up in traditional cricket-playing nations such as England, Australia, India, South Africa. You know, they've picked up cricket here in Greece, and you know, they play it the right way. They love the game. They're keen to improve, and all I've seen over these last 3 days is just them improving game after game after game. There's plenty of bright spots for them. The passion with which they field, the energy they always show, how attentively they listen to their coaches. The future really is bright for Greek cricket. This is a very, very strong German team. We do need to keep that in mind. They've enjoyed plenty of success in international cricket. You've got some very, very talented cricketers in this German side. They're blessed with a lot of talent. And talking about a lot of talent, well, look at some of the countries we'll be playing in over these next few weeks. Alongside us here in Greece, we've got a couple series going on in Belgium as well as over in Jersey. The men's ECS in Jersey concluded on Friday, and the ECSW is currently underway. Meanwhile, in Belgium today is finals day. It should be very exciting to see who lifts some silverware over in Belgium. And once we conclude this weekend's action, we've got some cricket over in Sweden starting tomorrow. I know Mr. Maximo Vinisundu is probably on the plane right now heading over to Sweden. Then he got some cricket in Estonia and Romania. Estonia in particular, really looking forward to that. I mean, last year's ECS in Estonia was one of the highest scoring ECS of the year. Estonia is just blessed with so many brilliant batters, so many powerful hitters. So I think we can expect a number of scores in the 200s over in Estonia. That's just how strong those sides are. Oh, just slips underneath the fielder. It's a slight mistake there. Slight mistake. Struck away firmly. Gonna take a couple of bounces before heading out towards Nicole Kingsley. And they'll pick up a run over here. Greece got a question. Hillick's asking how many pitches are there in Corfu. Well, I do know, of course, about the Marina Creek ground where we're playing at right now, but there is one more cricket ground right in the center of Corfu, right where you've got all the shops, downtown Corfu. And apparently they used to play games there, but they're no longer allowed to. And having been there yesterday, I can see exactly why. That place is surrounded by restaurants and bars. No wonder you can't play cricket there. I mean, imagine the amount of cricket balls that'll be ending up in your drink. You'll be out for a nice cocktail in the evening, and the next thing you know, there's a cricket ball heading straight for your table. Really was one of the oddest locations I've ever seen a cricket ground, right in the heart of the town. One of the busiest parts of town, which is usually packed in the evenings. Oh, big heave over there by Giropolu. Got some instructions just heading out towards Arhiropolu from her coach, just telling her to calm down and not be too nervous. Oh, could this be a stumping chance? Could this be big appeal over here? But shake of the head by the square leg umpire. I should say point umpire to the left-hander, Jasmine Naeem. That's a tight one, really is, but so hard to give those decisions in real time, isn't it? I think just about managed to get the foot down in time over there, Arhiropolu. Let's just take a look at the graph comparing these two sides right now. So at the moment, Greece, of course, nowhere near where Germany were at this stage. Germany were 70 for no loss. So they're 48 runs behind. And yeah, you'd have to say 3.7, not exactly the kind of run rate you'd be hoping to batting at in T20I cricket. Here we go. Melinda Beresford will continue. Quite able to get that nicely out of the middle of her bat there, Adhaman Diamakri. Been a number of times I feel like I've seen Adhaman Diamakri on 13 of 24 over these last couple of days. To go towards the leg side and heads out towards Garcia, of course, is coming off that brilliant 49 in the first innings. deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket in place here for Ariropolu. Looks to dig that one in there a little bit, Beresford, but doesn't quite get the bounce she was hoping for. It's going to be another dot ball, maybe. Even better served just leaving that one alone. Ariropolu, maybe been a few too many wides that she has spoiled. An interesting comment here by Monteluce talking about Singapore Cricket Club, claiming that it is practically across the road from City Hall. Oh, just attempting a run out there. And will Greece contemplate pinching a single? Not sure they will. Oh, this could be a no ball, and it will be given a no ball. So, free hit coming up over here. Some runs for Ariropolu. She'll come back for a couple. So, it's very well dealt with in the end by Ariropolu. Not easy to negotiate those kind of full tosses, which are almost at head height. Struck firmly, just beyond the grasp of Ronalds. This is in the gap. Oh, Shahid covered a lot of ground, but it just sneaks underneath her. It was a good effort, but unfortunately not quite the outcome Germany were hoping for. Firm strike there by Ariropolu, right out of the middle of the bat. Yeah, just overran it slightly, didn't she? And that goes away for 4 runs. They will change her fielding position now. They just moved her to cow corner. I think one important thing for Germany and also Greece is that they don't chase the ball too much. I think some sides can be guilty of that, maybe just moving around their field after every shot. And they've now changed their mind, and they moved Shahid back to where she was originally positioned, around deep mid-wicket. Towards short cover, and Garcia's right there. I'm just going to take a look at this image of Singapore Cricket Club's ground, if I can find it. And yes, I can see what you mean, although I was sort of picturing it slightly differently. However, I don't think there's too much of a threat to City Hall. Looking at this picture, I thought that maybe, you get one of our really dangerous ECN hitters over there, say someone like a Charles Fernando from Rome playing at that ground, could you potentially see a cricket ball coming through the window of your office if you're working at City Hall? You're sitting there trying to deal with some of the important matters, whether it be public utilities and all sorts of things. You're in an important meeting with the mayor, and then all of a sudden a cricket ball just comes crashing right through the window. I have to say, that's probably not too much of a threat. Looking at this cricket ground, very beautiful ground, I have to say. Got some lovely skyscrapers in the distance as well. That'd be a wonderful place to play at. Christina Guff will continue. Well, a great first over, conceded just 4 runs during the course of that over. This is just dabbed onto the offside, and look who's there to pick it up. It's Amea Kanukuntla, who is celebrating her 17th birthday today. Wonderful players, and she had a great first couple of days of this tournament. Bowls superbly, doesn't she? Keeps things very, very tight. An extremely economical bowler. Someone who Asma Nicoli knows she can rely on to get her side. An important wicketer when they need that quiet over just to break a period of high scoring from the opposition. You know she can always turn to Kanukuntla. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Of course, the aforementioned Kanukuntla, she does have the best economy rate so far in this T20 IC. Has bowled 4 overs so far and conceded just 9 runs. Only got a chance to bowl in one of the matches yesterday. So unlucky not to pick up a wicket yesterday, although did get some in the T10 action on Friday. Struck towards fine leg, and that's going to be a dot ball. Of course, alongside us, we have some action going on in Jersey as well. And the Western Towers are, of course, involved in match number 6 right now against the MCC side. And Western Towers set a target of 170 for MCC. And at the moment, MCC need 110 runs from the remaining 4 overs. So that means they have to go to about 27.5. So I think we can fairly safely say that the Western Towers will probably go on to win that match, although I remember saying that on Saturday when the Eastern Royals needed just about 24, 25 runs from about 50 or 60 deliveries, and then I checked the score half an hour later and saw that MCC had won the game by 2 runs. So, you know, we often say stranger things have happened, and stranger things have indeed happened in Jersey very, very recently. Here we go. It's going to be Kanukuntla, the birthday girl, celebrating her 17th birthday. Can she get a wicket on her birthday? Starts off with a nice delivery, lovely bit of seam movement away from Adamandia Makri. I did mention that she's been the most economical bowler so far over the course of this T20I series. Bowled yesterday, bowled 4 overs. You can see just 9 runs across those 4 overs and was very unlucky not to get a wicket. This is played straight to Janet Ronalds at short cover. Three dot balls in a row to start off here for Kanukuntla. Gets some bat on this one, but it struck straight to the fielder at mid-on. Kanukuntla did come close to getting a maiden a couple of times yesterday, and then ended up conceding a single on the 5th or 6th ball to spoil our chance of getting a maiden. Oh, just beyond the reach of Nicole Kingsley. Would have been a very difficult catch, though, if ball had even managed to somehow carry, and I think she's going to be back here pretty safely. Adamandia Makri. It's good running between the wickets, you've got to say, by Agiropolo and Makri, but just decides to flash outside her off stump there. Makri catches a thick outside edge, and it's just beyond the grasp of Kingsley. Got to say, nice, sharp wicket keeping there by Sharanya Sadarangani. But Makri was back in safely. It's wide over there, Kanukuntla. Gets a little bit of bat on that one there, Makri, and that will bring the over to an end. A quiet over once again by Kanukuntla. Most economical bowler so far over the course of this T20I weekend. Concedes just 3 runs this over. Greece 36 for no loss at the end of 9. There it is. Happy birthday to Amea Kanukuntla. Turned 17 today. A very exciting and bright prospect in this German side. We'll take a look at the scorecard over here. Adamandia Makri currently on 17 of 34 deliveries. Ioanna Argyropoulou on 8 of 22. Going to be Asmida Kole, the skipper, coming into bowl. What a good series she's had so far. Been successful in every aspect, hasn't she? Her captaincy's been spot on. Results certainly going her side's favor. It's batted well, made a nice 21 of 12 yesterday, and has been taking some wickets too. Oh, this is going to be a no ball. Definitely gets that one wrong. Tries to toss it up, but kind of just slips out of her hand. And he's ultimately struck away just behind square leg. Here we go, free hit coming up for Adamandia Makri. Chance for her to go and play. Real big shot. That was a full toss, and it struck firmly away. And Nicole Kingsley is there to field it. They'll pick up a couple of runs, though, Greece. So some more runs in the book here for Adamandia Makri. Struck firmly just over the fielder inside mid-wicket. Are they going to push for a second run here, Greece? I think they'll have to settle for a single because Nicole Kingsley is on it in a flash. We'll make sure that they don't get an opportunity to run for the second. straight towards short mid-wicket. That's going to be a dot ball. Just pushes this one towards the offside, and yeah, it's good to see them making a few runs on the offside as well. We've often highlighted that Greece struggle to open up the offside, that a few of them maybe just need to add those cut shots and drives to their game as well, and that they are very leg side dominant with their run scoring. Get a single this time around on the offside though. Got one ball to go until the drinks break. And just backs away and pulls that viciously out towards Nicole Kingsley. And yeah, this is some really good fielding, you got to say there. Some nice relay fielding, just tosses that one straight to Vijayaraghavan there, Kingsley. And that ensures the throw is fired back in. So tonight is finals day in Belgium, what has been a brilliant fortnight of cricket. Phil G will be taking you through some of the action there. Hasselt, of course, picked up those 2 wins last night, which ensured that they would leapfrog Antwerp and make it to finals night. They will take on Beveren in the qualifier, and the winner of that match gets to face the Brussels Warriors, who have been head and shoulders above the competition so far this series. Looking forward to that, and Phil G will be on the call to take you through some of the action in Belgium. So both the sides have had a chance to have a drink. And there's just a little bit of chatter out in the middle. We should be able to resume play very shortly. It's been an interesting game so far. We saw Germany, of course, post a massive total in the first innings, I think a target of 178 for this Greek side. And Greece have not been too bothered by the run rate and are kind of just focusing on their own game. We've seen both Adamandea Makri and Argyropoulou take their time out in the middle and just try to face as many balls as possible against a quality German side. For Greece, the priority really is development. They are in the developing division after all. They're going up against a strong, really professional German unit who have a lot of experience, have played against some quality sides all across the continent. Here we go. Looks like we are ready to resume play. Adamandea Makri and wicketkeeper Argyropoulou out in the middle. Nice little partnership for the two of them. Greece's highest score so far is in the 80s. And let's see if they can get triple digits for the first time this series. Can they get to 100? That's got to be a little goal for Greece. That's a little personal milestone they can set. At the moment, it looks like their captain, Maria Siriotti, is going to be coming in at number 3, and at number 4, looks like he'll probably be Nefeli Yorgota. Here we go. Kanukuntla coming into bowl. Outside edge, this is going to carry, not quite. Doesn't carry to Christina Guff. It'd be so great, wouldn't it, for Kanukuntla to pick up an international wicket on her birthday. Really would be a terrific moment for her. Just making a few changes in the field, of course. Now that a left-hander is on strike, everybody just running around trying to get in the right position. This is, of course, it's the second T20I match Kanukuntla has played, and she made her T20I debut yesterday. Oh, what a wicket! And there it is, an incredible moment. Her first ever international wicket comes on her birthday. That is an incredible way to celebrate your 17th birthday. A terrific ball there by Kanukuntla, full and straight. There wasn't too much that could be done about that. A top ball, and a moment that Kanukuntla will forever cherish. What a time to get your first wicket. She was desperately unlucky not to get a wicket on her international debut when she bowled superbly. Let's just admire this ball once again. That is a beauty. That is an absolute beauty. Ioanna Argyropoulou just has to take her hat off here to Kanukuntla and say, I've been done by a very impressive ball. Happy birthday to Amea Kanukuntla, and welcome to the International Wicket Takers Club. Wow, take a look at this ball one more time. Gem of a delivery, crashes onto the middle stump. The length was absolutely spot on. Got that right between her feet. Exactly where you want to pitch it. Kanukuntla with Germany's first breakthrough. Wide down the leg side. Get some bat on that there, Siriote, and it'll get off the mark with a single. It's one that could probably have just been left alone and think. It's the little things for Greece, isn't it? You know, we've been talking about maybe some technical things they could improve in terms of just learning to play those cut shots and those drives. I think another thing for them is just learning not to spoil the wides. You know, take those extras, take those freebies. You know, you want those extra deliveries, those extra runs. That's just something where they're just going to have to learn the patience of, you know what? Don't have to swing at every ball. Just going down the leg side, leave it alone, or even ones that are wide down the offside. You know, don't have to reach all the way out and just try to block them out. Good ball there by Kanukuntla. Nice line, nice length, and she's going to get some congratulations here after picking up her first ever T20I wicket in that over. Greece are 46 for 1. KG joining us in the chat as well. A very good afternoon to you, KG. Let's just take a look at the scorecard here for Greece. So Ioanna Argyropoulou, the first wicket to fall for Greece, made 10 runs of 27 deliveries was dismissed by the birthday girl, Amaya Kunakuntla, celebrating her 17th birthday. And she's now back in the dugout. Adamantia Makri is there alongside Captain Maria Sidiotti. So let's see if the two of them can get their side to 100. It's going to be a challenge. Can they make their first ever 100 team total? Let's just see. 46 for one right now. And it's going to be the captain bowling here, Asmita Kohli. Pretty good so far. Gave up just 7 runs in the first over she bowled. Nice ball to start off here for Kohli. It's captain v captain. This is going to be an interesting battle. The two skippers going up against each other. Yeah, this time around, Cito, they just leaves that one alone. In the past, we've often just seen her flash at some of those wider deliveries outside the leg stump. Slightly delayed wide call over there by Ruva. Historic moment, of course. The first time we got 2 female umpires umpiring a game here in Greece. Marilena Ruva is the standing umpire, and then Jasmine Naeem is out at square leg. This time, though, she will decide to play at the one that was going down the leg side and strikes it straight to the wicket taker, Kanukuntla. Oh, what a shot. That was absolutely crunched in. Was only going to get a single for that, though, Makri, because she hit it straight at Nicole Kingsley. You're better off not looking to play a shot at all to those kind of deliveries. Take the wides. Just take the wides if you're Greece. Don't want to be spoiling these wides. Gonna play that one cross-batted. Sidiotti probably better off just looking to cut that. You know, there's plenty of gaps on the offside and some runs to be made. Greece bring up their 50 inside the 12th over. 50 for 1 at the end of 12. I'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Germany, and as you can see, extremely economical. Ramisha Shahid, 0 for 3. And a 2 over she's bowled. Janet Ronalds as well, economical as usual. She had an economy rate of 3 during yesterday's play as well, and has maintained that so far this match. A sole wicket we've seen taken so far was by Amaya Kanukuntla, taking her first ever T20I wicket on her birthday. Oh, what a peach of a delivery. That had a little bit of everything, didn't it? Angling back in, seams away, draws Makri forward to play that forward defensive shot. And then just seamed away, didn't it? More defensive shot. Oh, well, unnecessary direct hit over there, and now Mailena Luruva will just have to walk all the way to the stumps just to check them. Not sure she's going to appreciate that direct hit by Janet Runnels. Always tends to feel that short cover and is so good in that position too, isn't she? That's just clipped away and pick up a single over here. It's nice running between the wickets. Oh, Siriote will strike this firmly out towards mid-wicket, and Garcia's there to field that. Strong throw back towards the keeper's end. We'll pick up another run here, Greece. Yeah, it's just kind of all gone a little bit quiet here, hasn't it? I think Germany just know they're cruising to victory, in Greece a lot more focused on themselves. This will be a catch. It's going to be another catch. So wickets do come in bundles. Kanukuntla picked up her first ever T20I wicket earlier, and now she gets her second. Well deserved, you have to say. I thought she thoroughly deserved a wicket on her T20I debut yesterday. Didn't get one. She manages to bag a couple here. Dismisses both the openers. That's going to be the end of Makri's inning. Spent a lot of time out in the middle. And that is a good catch at mid-on by Milena Beresford. Second one bites the dust for Greece. Another Manthea Makri made a solid 24 for her side. Well, not the ideal strike rate from the Greek point of view, but again, it's all about development. She just gets better and better by the game. It's going up against a very tough German side, and it's good to see the way a lot of these Greek batters are developing over the course of this series. So Nefeli Yorgota is going to join Maria Siriote out in the middle of 13th over. It's come to an end. Greece 52 for 2. I think the aim here for Greece really is just start to bat out these remaining overs. And as we've seen, they've not really been too bothered by what the target is. They're just kind of focusing on getting to spend as much time out in the middle. And you can't fault them, really. This is a side of war in the developing division after all. So as many balls as they get to face against this is quality German bowling will only benefit them. Just testing that trim line over there, Garcia. Looks like she just got it just about right. Just kissing that wide line along the way. Is that going to carry? Not quite. Just falls short. Vijay Raghavan. Slight heart and mouth moment there for Siriote. That's a wider ball. Didn't quite get that one right there. Garcia's one earlier where just tested that wide line, but this time around it is well to the right of it. Nicely blocked out there by Sidiotti, and that's the kind of line and length Garcia will want to bowl. Try to get through her over nice and quickly here, Garcia. This is up in the air, should be a catch, and will be a catch. Nicole Kingsley will snaffle that. And Sidiotti's innings is cut short at 3. Big moment here for Garcia, gets a wicket. I believe that's her first ever T20I wicket, which is why there was that cheer. Let's just take a look at this. Up it goes. And very well taken. So yeah, the first ever T20I wicket for Wilhelmina Garcia. Hadn't really had any opportunities to bowl in the past. Was always mostly focused on her batting. So gotta say, big day for Garcia. Made a wonderful 49 in the first innings. Was so close to getting her first ever T20I 50. And now she's managed to get her first ever T20I wicket. So certainly a day that Garcia will remember. A couple of players now in this German side who have managed to get their first T20I wickets today. Our run rate now, though, I don't think too many of us are paying attention to it, but it has shot up to just under 20. But yeah, don't think too many people will be looking at the required rate for Greece. It's all about just spending time out in the middle, getting some good batting practice. Just got the Greek skipper Sidiotti to my right, and she's just, again, listening to a coach, trying to get as much feedback as possible. Just talking about that dismissal to him, asking what she could have done. And that's the great thing about this Greek side. You know, even though results aren't going this way, the way they play this game, they play it the right way. Play with good spirit, play with good passion. They play with some real energy, and they cling on to every word they get from their coaches. No real divas in their team either. Everyone just does their job, happy to contribute however they can. I think they're a side who a lot of ECN fans will really grow to enjoy watching. Yeah, that's well done there by Polimeri. Just lets that go down the leg side, and well, Greece will pick up a minimo. So that's 5 runs to Greece's account without a legal ball delivered. And you know, Maria Polimeri, she's done the right thing there. A lot of batters at this level would swing their bat at that. Doesn't offer a shot, just lets it go right past her. And she's also aided by the fact that Sadrangani makes a slight error, and then it races off away for 4 runs. It's a minimo. Good throw there, but the running between the wickets was exceptional. Polimeri gets off the mark with a single, and she'll keep strike heading into the 15th over. Greece are 63 for 3. Got a random question coming in here. Not really sure how to answer this. It's by Wayne asking, why do they print the heating instructions so small on food packaging these days? That annoys me. Gosh. I mean, if I worked in the food packaging industry, then I would certainly think very differently. I think I like it on those packages where they just have a little icon right at the front, you know, like an image of an oven, and it just writes 7 minutes below or something like that. That's usually pretty clear, but you know, when it's all the way at the back of the packet, and as you said, you know, it's among 20 languages that you don't even understand, and then you're desperately trying to look for the English bit, and it's there in like really tiny print. You know, saying 200 degrees Celsius, center of the oven, 9 minutes. I just think, you know, why don't you just have that little icon right at the front of the package? Monteluce saying that only thing on any packet of pasta that he's interested in is the suggested cooking time. Don't go with the suggesting cooking time. Just use your own feel, you know. Wait till it's al dente. That's what a real chef would do. I don't always feel the suggested cooking time is right when it comes to the packaging on pasta. Oh, beautiful ball. Absolutely wonderful ball. Very easily have caught the edge of Polimere's bat along the way. Got a nice comment here by Monteluce saying that Wilhelmina is a great German name. Really is. I mean, kind of name you'd expect to see in a Goethe novel. Something you'd expect to see in the 19th century German literature from the Storm and Steel period. Last ball of the over coming up. That's a wide there by Kunakun. A rare mistake from her. Don't ever see her get her line wrong. Just bowls so tightly, doesn't she? She's got a brilliant line and length. Oh, gets a little bit of a way movement once more. End of the over. Great spell of bowling. Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up here in Greece. Our final match will feature these two sides. Final match of what has been a stellar weekend here in Greece. That game will be coming up in just about 1 hour and 19 minutes time. Let's see if Greece can put on a fight in the last match of this weekend of cricket and maybe just pick up their first win of this series. Can they pull off an upset in match number 4? Can't wait to see and find out. Here she is, the aforementioned Garcia, just fresh off picking up her first ever T20I wicket. Pick up a single here, just keeping the scoreboard ticking. Greece, that's the key for them. They need another 33 runs to get to 100. That's going to be a challenge, especially with one of their key run getters and their captain, Maria Siriotti, back in the dugout. Have to go at over a run of ball to get to that. Let's see if they can at least get into the 90s, maybe the high 80s. Just trying to get close to 100. That would be a good accomplishment for Greece. Wides will certainly help, and I think you gotta credit Polimere. She's just taking these wides, you know, not swinging her bat at them, just taking those extra runs for her side, forcing these German bowlers to bowl all those extra deliveries. Up in the air, could be a catching chance. Has that been spilt or has it been taken? It looks like it has. Well, Milena Beresford has managed to hold on to that. I think a lot of her teammates are stunned as well. There was absolutely no call. I don't think the coaches will be too pleased with that. Couldn't hear anyone calling for it. You could see Kanu Kuntla and Beresford both running at the ball. But in the end, credit to Beresford. She kept her eyes on the ball and managed to hold on to the catch. Just take a look at that. I thought that could have been potentially very nasty. The catch would have been put down, and the two of them could have run into each other. But it just felt like Kanu Kuntla got slightly pulled out right at the end, and that meant that Beresford was able to hold on to the catch. So Maria Polimeri departs a solid 3 of 9 for her. I think the highlight of the innings for me was just how she took those wides that were down the leg side, didn't swing her bat at them, kept her patience, and got her side some of those runs of extra. So credit to Maria Polimeri for that. I thought it was a very solid outing. Here we go. So it's Teresa Kapsukavave who has made her way out to the middle. Garcia now has her first 2 T20I wickets. And it's a nice ball to start off right on the money. It's just turned 2:15 local time. Oh, that's just been pushed down the leg side a little bit too wide, and that's going to be another minimo. So the second minimo Garcia has bowled so far this inning has probably been the one issue for her, I'd say, with her bowling so far today. Just a couple that she's maybe just pushed a little bit too wide that the keeper, Satrangani, hasn't quite been able to get to. These minimos will certainly help Greece. I mean, keep in mind, it's going back to the point I made earlier. Greece is sometimes spoiling a few too many wides. Just take those wides. You never know what can happen. The keeper might spill it and then get a few more runs of buys. But are now up to 74. Can Greece get to the 90s? Can they maybe even touch 100? That one was just sliding down the leg side. All 3 stumps were visible. At least should say 1.5 stumps were. Oh, what a terrific ball. Really like this by Montelucci, and I have to say, certainly up there as one of the comments of the day. We were talking a little bit about German literature earlier, the storm and stress period, Sturm und Drang in German, and I love this. He says that I'm more into Sturm und Weide, storm and willow, would be a good motto for German cricket. Yeah, just send that in. I wonder if they're taking submissions for a new motto for the German cricket side. I think they'd like that. Sturm und Weide. I'm pronouncing that right. End of the 16th over. Greece are 70, 5 for 4, 25 runs away from bringing up 100 for the first time this series. They managed to crack into the 80s in the second T20I yesterday. I certainly would fancy their chance of at least getting to the 80s. Only need another 5 runs for that. captain, Asmita Kohli, is coming in to bowl her third over. Kapsukavadi yet to get off strike. Straight to Janet Ronalds at short cover. Remember at Germany at one point yesterday during the 18th, 19th, and 20th over, at all their fielders in close as if it was a test match, and they've got their fielders in pretty close over here as well. You know that Germany, they want to get as many wickets as possible. They're always looking to attack even if it's late in the innings, and I think a few of them want to also add some international wickets to their personal stats. Can't blame them. You can see so many fielders in close, and yep, there's a quick look at what the field setting was like for Germany. Everybody inside the inner ring. You don't tend to see that in the 17th over of a T20I match. Usually that's the point in the game when all your fielders are on the edge of the inner ring. You've got your boundary riders out, and you're just desperately trying to save every run, but Greece haven't quite been able to maybe demonstrate that same power hitting that maybe some of the other opponents Germany have come up against in the past have shown. There we go. Shahid's coming back for a third over, bowled superbly during the power play. Yorgota will get some bat on that. Is that enough to go away for a boundary? It certainly is. Well, if you are going to spoil a wide, you might as well get 4 runs from it. Shahid, obviously, very rapid bowler, so just uses the pace of Shahid and helps that along towards fine leg. And that will go away for 4 runs. Good shot there by Yorgota. You got a question here by Paul Horn about how young players are recruited for these teams. I mean, for Germany, Germany has a very, very strong national setup from everything I've read. We had one of Germany's sporting directors in the chat yesterday was talking to us about how Germany are thinking of putting together an under-19 national team as well for both men and women. I mean, Germany do have a very solid setup. Hundreds of clubs across the country, plenty of opportunity to play cricket. In Greece, though, at the moment, cricket is pretty dedicated to Corfu. I think we spoke quite a bit about the history of cricket in Greece. The Ionian Islands used to be under British rule, so because of that, some of the locals in this part of the country are aware of cricket and do play it, but less so on the mainland. I think for Greece, it's the big challenge is trying to spread cricket to mainland Greece itself. I think, you know, if you live in some of the major cities on the mainland, then you're not going to see too many people other than expats playing cricket at the moment. And I think that's the big challenge for the Hellenic Cricket Federation. The Hellenic Cricket Federation, as a matter of fact, is the only sporting body in Greece that isn't headquartered in Athens. It's the only one. And I think that just emphasizes how at the moment cricket is fairly restricted to Corfu. There are players, of course, in the national setup who aren't from Corfu and are from other parts of Greece, and usually they have to fly in or maybe take the boat depending on which part of Greece they live in. to come play. Well, the challenge for Greece really is trying to spread the game onto the mainland. Into the 18th over, another very good one for Shahid. She's been highly economical over the course of this innings. Just the 8 runs she's given up over 3 overs. Greece find themselves 81 for 4, tying their highest score so far this T20I series. So 19 runs now to get to 100. That's probably a little too challenging, but they can certainly get into the 90s. And I think that would be a big, big improvement for Greece. That's when Nicole, the captain, will bowl her final over. Of course, alongside us, we got that series on in Jersey as well. The Western Towers beat MCC by 48 runs. Oh, brilliant ball, just tossing that one up there. Asma Nicole and trying to force Yorgota to drive. Yeah, of course, so with that win, Western Towers now are in a commanding position at the top of the table. Played away on the onside by Yorgota. She'll pick up a single. That means, as things stand, they would be the odds-on favorites to pick up the ECS crown over in Jersey. It is worth keeping in mind that there won't be a finals day over in Jersey. The format is just a typical league format, so it just comes down to where you end up in the standings. Right now, the Western Towers are 3 points clear of the Eastern Royals, who are in second place. And with that loss, you'd say that MCC's chances of lifting the ECSW crown over in Jersey have probably dissipated. 6 points behind the Western Towers. Oh, just beyond the reach of Ronalds at short cover. They've got everyone in nice and close whenever Teresa was on strike, and then they spread their field out a little bit more for Yorgota, who's got a bit more power to hurt the opposition bowlers. We're heading into the final over, and Greece are 83 for 4. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Germany, and a great all-around performance. I mean, look at how economical they've been. Wonderful performance across the board, and a couple of bowlers in there as well, picking up their first international wickets in Amea Konukuntla and Wilhelmina Garcia. She's been brilliant today, hasn't she, Shahid? Has kept things very, very tight. At times she would have been a bit frustrated with the amount of runs she gave up over the course of the T10 series on Friday, but hasn't been the case so far today. She's got the opportunity to play today and has taken that opportunity with both hands. She's batted really well, and now she's bowling superbly, making a case to maybe even be the player of the match. Let's just take a look at this. Wonder what the no ball was given for. I was just wondering if it was given for the double bounce, but it was obviously well clear of the stumps. A nice ball there. Good wide Yorker by Shahid. No way that Teresa was going to get close to that. Well, we'll get some bat on that. Teresa doesn't have enough to go away for 4 runs. It's going to be a big race, and the ball's going to win that race. Gets away towards the rope. and just throws her bat at this one. As I said, if you're going to throw your bat at some of these wider balls, you'll want to get a boundary, and that is a great moment for Teresa Kapsukavadi, scoring an international boundary against a bowler of Shahid's quality. Oh, nice ball there. Good comeback delivery by Shahid. Drawing Teresa forward, just challenging the outside edge of her bat. Got a couple of balls left here. Can Greece get into the 90s for the first time this series? It's been a good effort, you have to say, by Greece with the bat in hand. You know, they've certainly fought hard. They've battled hard. Got one more ball to come in this innings. That's another terrific delivery by Shahid. Shahid probably looking for a wicket here. She thoroughly deserve one for the way she's bowled. And now that, can Greece get into the 90s? Can Shahid get a wicket? Let's see if we just end this innings with a little bit of drama. And we'll see neither. Instead, we'll see a dot ball. So Greece will end up on 88. Germany with a thumping victory. Greece can't even make half as many runs as Germany did in the end. Germany taking this one by 89 runs. It was certainly an improved batting performance by Greece. This is the highest score we've seen from them over the course of this T20I series. And that's just what you love to see from Greece. Improvement game after game after game. The odds certainly are stacked against them, but they're doing their best. They're fighting hard, and you've got to love their spirit. Meanwhile, for Germany, well, could this tour go any better? They just win match after match after match, and all their victories have been so convincing. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Greece were off to a fairly solid start thanks to Adamantia Makri and Ioanna Argyropoulou. The two of them kind of set the tone for Greece, which was that, you know what, we're not too bothered about the target. Let's just go out there. Let's try to face as many balls as possible. Let's make sure we're not bowled out. And Greece successfully did that. We did see a few wickets fall over the course of this innings. That was a good catch by Milena Beresford. She took a couple of catches to get rid of Adamantia Makri and Maria Polimeri. Nicole Kingsley, we just saw her taking the catch to get rid of Maria Siriotti. Would make 3 runs of 12 deliveries. This would be the end of Polimeri. Garcia was the bowler, and Beresford would take the catch. It's a big moment, of course, for Wilhelmina Garcia, picking up her first 2 international wickets. We saw a record made for Amea Konukuntla as well, who picked up her first ever T20I wickets as well. A great moment for her, picking up her first ever international wicket on her birthday. 17 years of age is what Amea Konukuntla is now. Germany take the victory. They win this one by 89 runs. A convincing victory for the tourists. We'll have a look at the scorecard for this inning. The top scorer for Greece was Adamantia Makri, who opened the batting alongside Ioanna Argyropoulou. The two of them had a 44-run opening stand. They spent quite a bit of time out in the middle, probably not the ideal scoring rate, but the key for Greece really is development. They are a side who are, of course, in the developing division of the ECCW. The skipper Siriotti could only make 3 runs this time around after a fine knock during yesterday's second T20I, and then a good moment for Teresa at the end when she struck a boundary. A great all-round performance for Germany. They gave a number of different bowlers a chance to bowl. They used 7 different bowlers. Probably the number of extras they gave will frustrate them. They'll want to clean that up. 36 runs of extras is a little bit too high by Germany's standards. Well, the match summary reads that Germany have won this game by 89 runs. It was all set up for them in the first innings when they had that wonderful 95-run opening stand. Garcia making 49, falling just a run short of her first ever T20I 50. And then they were superb in the second innings, kept things really tight, and Greece were just never able to get close to the target. We'll have a short break, and we'll be right back on your screens in just under 1 hour's time for our 4th and final T20I of what has been a great weekend here in Corfu.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Time. divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
What a great weekend of cricket it has been at this picturesque ground here in Corfu, the Marina Cricket Ground. And after 3 days of some riveting cricket, we are sadly coming to the end. Let's head over to the coin toss for our fourth and final T20I.
Welcome everyone to match 2 of the ICC T20, and it's Germany versus Greece, and we're here for the toss. Greece, you're going to toss, and Germany, you're going to call.
Ready? Yeah. Heads.
It is a tails.
Batting.
So you heard it here. Greece won, and they are going to bat first.
Well, you can just see how overjoyed Maria Siriotti was when she heard the news that her side had won the coin toss. So Greece have won the toss for the first time in this T20I series, and they're going to have a bat first. It's been a bit of a familiar tale for much of this series. Germany goes out in the first innings, posts a big total, and then Greece are left trying to chase something very challenging in the second innings. But this time around, it will be Greece who will be hoping to post a big total. A few changes in there for Germany. Of course, Iris Edwards, Ashwini Balaji, and Will. And of course, the win predictor does state that Germany, 97% favorites heading into this game. Massive, massive advantage. You can't really say that is too wrong. It's going to be a tough one for Greece, isn't it? The odds of them winning, you have to be perfectly honest, are pretty low. But let's just hope that Greece can go out there, enjoy this moment, make the most of these opportunities, go out there, get some runs on the board. And let's see if they can give Germany a bit of a challenge in this fourth and final T20I. It's all been pretty one-sided, pretty lopsided so far. In all honesty, Germany have dominated, winning every match they've been involved in from all the way back in the T10s on Friday fairly convincingly. And now, well, Germany will be looking to make this a perfect away tour by closing out this game as well. Can Greece play spoiler, though? Can they at least get a win on their home turf? We will wait and find out. So we're set for the start of the game, and here we go. First ball coming up. Shahid running in. Starts off with a full toss, and this is going to prod that one. It's been signaled a no ball for height by the square leg umpire. And that's Vasilis Kostas standing out at square leg, and he has signaled out a no ball. So a free hit coming up here early for Greece. Still seems to be a little bit of discussion about that. I think square leg umpire made his decision. Seems like a lot of people disagree with that call, but you have to respect the umpire's decision. He's been given a no ball, so free hit coming up here for the Greek captain. Oh, well, it's a clean bowl, but it's not going to matter since it's a free hit. And he just momentarily got slightly excited and thought she might have had a wicket. But, yeah, it is a free hit after all. Not sure Maria Siriotti would have played a shot like that if it weren't a free hit. And she get down and block that one out. A good ball there by Shahid. Coming back well after that early no ball, that full toss which she delivered. Keeping it full and straight. Bowled really economically in the previous match, and I thought she was desperately unlucky not to pick up a wicket. Oh dear, gets that one badly wrong. Ultimately ends up getting signaled wide. So it's been changed now to a no ball because the square leg umpire did signal it a no ball. And the no ball, of course, takes precedence. We got another free hit coming up here for Greece. And let's see if Siriotti can capitalize on this one. Got cleaned up during the last free hit. That's going to be another wide. This time down the leg side. Well, hasn't been signaled a wide, though. Certainly looked like it was. I see Siriotti just a little bit stunned, you know, waiting for the wide call, and there it is. It's a late call, but it does come. So it's still a free hit. Looking to go big. It should be caught. It's a nice catch there by Janet Ronalds, but not going to matter as it was still a free hit. Not quite been able to capitalize on these free hits the way she would have liked, Maria Siriotti. Nicely played there by Agiropolo. Agiropolo spent a little bit of time out in the middle during the previous match. Had a nice partnership along with Adamantia. Played away. This could be a wicket, and it is. Well taken by Garcia. Fairly simple catch for her in the end, but made no mistake. The first one bites the dust here for Greece. Agiropolu looking to go over the top, trying to clear the fielder. Inside cover in the ring. Just comes off a little bit too high off her bat. Wasn't quite in control of that shot. And Garcia makes no mistake. Takes the catch. Well taken. Germany get their first wicket. And you could just see Siriotti just having a word with her about her shot choice and shot selection. That's an early breakthrough here for Germany. Joanna Agiropolu departs, having scored a duck. Fails to trouble the scorers. Take a look at this wicket one more time. Really well watched there by Garcia. Takes the catch very well. And now it's going to be, could say, two of the star performers for Greece over these last few days. Adamantia Makri and Siriotti, the pair of them have found more joy than any other Greek players against this German side. They usually open the bowling for their team, and they're also often relied upon the most to score the bulk of their runs for the team. And well, for those of you on plane watch, just got Boeing 737 flying overhead right now. Corfu to Birmingham. I know Chris Smith will be paying attention to that, a Ryanair flight. Good afternoon to Paul Kempen and Johnny Hisham joining us in the chat. End of the first over. Greece are 4 for 1. Got a question here from Johnny Hisham asking what we have for lunch. And we had a nice lasagna. Yeah, that's a nice lasagna for lunch. this time around. They certainly looked after as well, the Hellenic Cricket Federation. Weather's really nice today as well, I have to say. I mean, I think this is ideal weather for cricket, isn't it? It's not too sunny. Got a little bit of cloud cover overhead as well, which will just help the seamers, and a good gentle breeze. It's not too hot. Really is a lovely day. Lovely day for some cricket. So it's going to be Christina Gough bowling the second over. Bowled a couple of overs in the last match, kept things pretty tight. Looking at her wickets tally though. Yeah, nicely played there by Cito. It was a good ball, just pitching outside the off stump and turning ever so slightly away. Let's see if Makri and Cito, I think, can put together a good partnership here for Greece. Gonna play this one away towards the leg side. Iris Edwards is there to field that. Edwards, one of 3 players who have been inserted into this German lineup. Ashwini Balaji and Anbiavish being the other 2. Of course, Ashwini Balaji was the MVP of the ECI T10 series we had take place on Friday, and she's into the lineup here for Germany. Expect her to bowl at some point over the course of this innings. There's Nicole Kingsley to field that. Looking to go big, and it's just going to clear Anbiavish inside the ring, who's going to be right there to field that. Very interesting cricketer. There's Anbiavish. She's one of many players in this German side with PhDs or scholars. They've got a number of scientists in this German team. Anbiavish, of course, famously a very good interview to Cricket Info back in 2020. He's got a PhD in toxicology and was the first German player ever to get a T20I hat-trick back in 2020 during that famous series Germany had against Austria. Big appeal here, but I think it was pretty clear that I was missing the stumps by quite a lot. And that was a great series for Germany. They swept the Austrians, and Biavish, the medium pacer, was absolutely brilliant over the course of that series. Wonder if we'll see her bowl at some point over the course of this inning. 6 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. We'll have a look at the standings, and yep, Germany have won this series. They've got an unassailable lead of 6 points to 0. It's going to be tough for Greece to even get a result in this match, you feel. They just want to keep this as competitive as possible. Greece, of course, a side who are in the developing division of cricket and going up against a very strong challenger division side in Germany. They have been outmatched on a number of points, and the difference in experience between these two teams has been evident. Greece have shown a lot of grit, a lot of fight, a lot of battling spirit. Can they show it one more time in this final T20I match? So going back to, of course, the interview we were talking about, which Anbiavish gave to Crick Info back in 2020. Stated that she loves the attitude within the German team. They're all like friends who support each other and help each other out. And that's what helps them bring out the best in each other. And just looking at them in the field, looking at how they've been over the course of this weekend, very strong unit really is. And they're a well-oiled machine, this German side. Brilliant ball there by Shahid, really was just Getting that one to go across Mockery, drawing her forward, testing that outside edge. Of course, Biervish at the time was a scholar at a research institute in Munich and had to, of course, juggle her cricket playing career as well as a lot of her work commitments. Struck firmly towards square leg, and this one's going to go away for 4 runs. And nicely played there by Mockery, just shifting her weight across there and gets that away for a boundary. It's beautifully played along the carpet. And it just gets past Kingsley. It was a square leg. It was always going to be very difficult for her. First boundary of this innings for Greece. They'll be hoping for plenty more. Great ball, right back on the money there by Shahid Mockery. Just does the right thing to block that one out. Of course, said that she first started playing cricket back in 2016 when the German captain at the time, Stephanie Frohnmeier, asked Bierwisch if she was interested in picking up the game. And she said that she just loved the sport and that back in the early days she picked up the sport by watching a lot of YouTube videos, watching matches, and just trying to learn as much as she could. Greece are 11 for 1 at the end of 3 overs. Talking about how great the spirit in the German team was during the interview she gave as well, talking about how they once had to play a game up in Hamburg in the north of Germany, and spent time making jigsaw puzzles together throughout the game and really goofing around, and there was just a great atmosphere and buzz in the side, and he highlighted how cohesive the German team was. Well, struck away firmly out towards cow corner. That's going to be a single. Just inside the tram line there, so that's going to be a legal delivery. Important matchup here. 2 very exciting players going up against one another. Sidiotti, who's the captain and the star of this Greek side. Christina Kopp, such an important player in this German team, one of the key cogs in this unit. And that one is going to be signaled a wide. One important thing for Greece, though, is not to spoil these wides. You often seen them reaching out unnecessarily at wide deliveries. Taking those extras is going to be so important for Greece. Try to get as many of those bonus runs as you can. Ooh, just beyond the keeper's reach. I wonder if there was a little bit of bat there. It'll be interesting to see what the umpire's signal is. We'll come back for a couple of runs. And nope, no bat involved, been signaled by. Just wondering if there might have been a faint edge on that one. Gets the line slightly wrong there. Christina Goff has been super economical, though, as you can see, giving up just 5 runs in 10 deliveries, so a rare mistake. Will get blocked out by Captain Sidiotti. Oh, there was definitely an edge there. Certainly was a noise, and Jed Agam just not quite able to hold on to it. Let's have a look here. Yeah, I can see a definite deviation as well, and oh, just slight juggle there for Vijayaraghavan, but just not quite able to corral the ball. And you have to put that down. And that's an opportunity which has gone down. So Sidiodi dropped on 2. Greece are 16 for 1 at the end of 4 overs. It's going to be Iris Edwards coming into bowl, inserted into this match after sitting out the opening match of the day. It's a lovely bowler, Iris Edwards. Got such a beautiful action, nice flowing run up. Gets some nice swing back into the right-handers as well. I think for Iris Edwards, one thing she'll develop as she gets better and better is maintaining discipline. That's a good ball to start off, full and straight. And Makri is unable to get that one away. Wonder if there was just a little bit of pad on that. Just flicks the pad or something along the way. The umpires are actually going to give that. Yeah, it's going to give that like buys. Down the leg side again, Iris Edwards just probably needs to start that ball a little further outside the off stump to get the right line. It's maybe going down the leg side a little bit too much for her. Nicely blocked out there, and this time around Edwards does get that line spot on. Down the leg side once again, that's going to be a wide.
Keep working, Iris!
Good work here, really good work here by Sidiodi. Just to step inside and take those wides. This is something in the previous game. Just need to take more of these wides, Greece. I think Sidiodi and Makri can both be guilty of maybe just trying to reach out at wider deliveries, but then we saw Polimeri previous match. Oh, wonderful ball. Much, much better delivery there by Iris Edwards. We saw Polimeri just expertly step inside every time the ball went down the leg side. She got her side a good 3 or 4 runs courtesy of wides. And good to see Sidiodi doing the same here. Nice presence of mind knowing that Edwards is just pushing a few down the leg side. She just took a step inside. Iris Edwards now getting the line right. Despite the fact she's bowled those wides, she's only conceded 3 runs this over. So it has been a superb over from Germany's point of view. All the runs so far this over have come courtesy of extras. The over in general has been worth 4 runs, 1 coming from a leg by and then 3 wide. So no runs off the bat in this 5th over for Greece. We're now 20 for 1, 5 overs into the inning. So here's a look at the groups for the ECCW. Greece will be involved in the emerging division right at the start of the ECCW. They'll be playing against the likes of Czechia, Malta, Croatia, and Sweden. Meanwhile, over in the Challenger division, you got Germany. They'll be facing Italy, Spain, Austria, and Cyprus in the Premier Division. The very best women's sides in Europe will play England 11, Scotland 11, Ireland 11, Netherlands 11, and Jersey. Of course, at the moment, ECN viewers do have the chance to watch the very best female cricketers in Jersey as they've got an exhilarating series going on. It looks like could be a neck-and-neck race. Firmly struck, but straight to the fielder, and there's Anbijevic. We were talking about her earlier. A little bit about her academic background and how she's made plenty of contributions in German cricket. She dived down there to save her side. I'd say at least 2, maybe even 4 runs. Oh dear, that's where Makri just needs to be a little bit patient. Just let that one go. No need to chase after those wider deliveries. Yeah, going back to Jersey, Eastern Royals managed to defeat MCC very convincingly. Won by 8 wickets with 3.4 overs to spare, which will do their net run rate a world of good. And they're now 3 points behind the Western Towers. It's going to be struck away, and it's just going to bobble along, and it will be a single. So, got the Western Towers against the Eastern Royals coming up very shortly on the European Cricket Network over in Jersey. That match could potentially decide who wins the ECSW over in Jersey. Massive, massive match. It's a must-win, pretty much, for the Eastern Royals. They'll have to win that game. Struck towards a mid-wicket. Big chase here for Iris Edwards. He'll get there on time and fires a throw back in towards the bowler's end. Six overs are in the books, and Greece are 23 for 1. Take a look at how Greece have been faring so far. As you can see, making about 4 or 5 runs in most of their overs. The run rate is currently at 3.8. Probably not where Greece would like it to be right now, but as we mentioned, Greece, their focus really is just try to get their batters to face as many balls as possible, spend as much time as they can out in the middle. Side 1, the developing division after all. Key aim for them from this series is growth. Straight to Nicole Kingsley at square leg, who stops that one quite well. Iris Edwards continuing after giving up 3 runs in her first over. All the runs in her over coming courtesy of extras. Just 3 deliveries. She pushed down the leg side. Let's see if she can be a bit more consistent with her line in this over. Oh, that's a nice ball. Really is a great delivery by Iris Edwards there. And Sidiotti has no chance but to block it out. You typically see Sidiotti scoring at a slightly faster rate than this, but at the moment, she's on 3 of 23. So she does want to spend some time out in the middle, but needs to get a move on. Oh, what a gem of a delivery. And it looks like there was a faint edge there, at least according to the umpire. Sidiotti certainly disagrees with that decision. She's absolutely convinced there wasn't an edge there. But she's just going to have to accept this, and that's the case with cricket, isn't it? You might not agree with the umpire's decision, but you've got to respect it. And you can tell she is incandescent, was absolutely convinced there wasn't a nick there. Lovely shape back in. Just take a look at that replay and allow our viewers to draw their own conclusions about that decision. Maria Siriotti not too pleased on the fact that she's been given out. I spent a long time out in the middle, but just couldn't quite get going, couldn't quite make the runs she would have wanted.
Keep working, Iris.
Get a round of applause from her team as she makes her way back towards the dugout, but she's not going to be pleased with that decision. You can just see she's trying to explain to everyone that she doesn't feel that she nicked the ball. Here we go. Yorota on strike. Hard length delivery there by Iris Edwards, and it just catches Yorota right on the side. Lovely bowling. This really is top bowling by Iris Edwards. She's found her line and length is over. Got one more ball to come. Got a chance to get a wicket maiden. She really does. And that is going to be a wicket maiden for Iris Edwards. Superb over. Doesn't concede a run and gets the all-important wicket of Maria Siriotti. Greece find themselves just 23 for 2 after 7 overs. Take a look at the worm here for this Greece batting effort so far. They've not really been able to get it up off the floor, have they? Struggling to score at the rate they need to, going at just under 3.3 an over. That's been some good bowling to start off here by Greece. Shahid, Tina Goff, Iris Edwards. All three of them have done a stellar job and just not given Greece those opportunities they're looking for to score. Now the captain going to insert herself into the bowling attack, making a change. So Tina Goff won't continue from what I think we dubbed yesterday the yacht end. Pulled away firmly. They'll pick up another single, just dropping back and pulling that one away. Struck away into the gap. Ronalds is there to get a hand to that. They'll get another run here, Greece. That's the key, though. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. Try to get as many singles, maybe even doubles as you can if you're Greece, and then the odd bad ball comes. Try to punish that. Try to get that away to the boundary. Oh, and there's one that maybe Makri just better off stepping inside and taking the wide in the end. What could have been a wide and would have forced Usman Okoli to deliver another ball just ends up being a dot ball, strikes her right on the pad. Tosses that one up there. Goalie, and Makri was quite tempted, went for the old cross-batted hoik. Straight towards the mid-on. That's going to be a dot ball. Struck away towards mid-wicket. They'll pick up another single here. In the 8th over, Greece are 26 for 2 at the moment. The expected score says 73. Greece are going to have to pick up their run rate substantially to even get to that. And keep in mind, there's not too much batting left after Adamandia, Macri, and Georgota. Look at the rest of the lineup. Not too many players in there who you can rely on to score runs. It's going to have to come down to these two. They're going to have to build a partnership and try to find a way for Greece to motor along. Does look like Iris Edwards will continue. She'll come into bowl her 3rd over. Managed to pick up a wicket to get rid of the Greek captain, Maria Siriotti. Pulled away towards mid-wicket, and Garcia will field that and fires a throw in.
Go on, Iris.
Up in the air and just falls short of Ronalds. And I wonder if they'll just be tempted to maybe ask Ronalds to take a couple of steps up. I say a couple of steps up and maybe get a little bit closer, because she often fields at that short cover position, but this time she's just a few steps back from where she'd often field. Oh, struck firmly towards Kingsley. Could and should be a run out. It won't. They'll somehow manage to scamper across here and safely get the single. Let's just take another look at this. Yorgota strikes that hard straight at Kingsley. Was unable to hold on to it. She goes for the underarm throw. They're not able to get the run out at the striker's end, nor at the non-striker's end. Another single. What can Greece get to? 2 highest scores so far in this T20I series have been in the 80s. They're yet to get into the 90s. Into the gap. Really nice looking shot there by Yorota. Does have enough to go for a 4. It's going to be a big chase, and yes, the ball will get to the rope. Fantastic moment there for Yorota, and she certainly showed that she's got the propensity to hit a few boundaries. Seen her knock a couple over the rope throughout the course of this weekend. Very good shot. Placed right into the gap. Ball played through point, and let's see if they can maybe push for a second run. Good cricket here by Nefeli Yorgota. She is someone who is capable of providing a little bit of acceleration to this Greek side. Greece find themselves 35 for 2 at the end of 9 overs. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. Siriotti on 3, made 3 of 24. Ioanna Giropoulou departed for a duck. Adamantia Macri still out there on 12 of 22. And Nefeli Yorgota currently batting on a run of ball 8. Got one over to go till the drinks break. That's where Kohli's going to bowl. Yes, a 10th over. Just making a few adjustments in the field here, and wonder if they're just bringing on a substitute fielder. So yeah, Milena Beresford, the 12th player for Germany, is coming on. I wonder who's going off. I think it might be. Yeah, I think it's actually one of the 12th player. I should say the 12th player is replacing the 13th player. This is very interesting. We'll try to get some updates on that. Yeah, so it did look like Kanukuntla was the one who was going off. Kanukuntla not in the playing 11 for this match. Of course, I did mention that she's celebrating her 17th birthday today and had the great honor of getting her first international wicket, T20I wicket, earlier today. And yeah, she's going off for Milena Beresford, so I wonder who is missing out in the field. It's going to be a wide. This time just down the offside. Struck uppishly, and there she is. Ambievish takes that catch. The third wicket will fall here for Greece. That's the end for Georgota. Was batting very nicely, struck a few good shots, and now she will have to depart. So the skipper and Ambievish, who's just been inserted into the lineup for this match, combined for that wicket. Georgota just not quite able to get a hold of that as nicely as she would have liked. That is very well taken there by Anne. Good wicket for Germany. They grab another, and they have Greece absolutely reeling at 37 for 3. They're taking middle stump guard here. Maria Polimeri didn't make too many runs in the last match, but what did impress me was how she wasn't chasing those wides. She kept stepping inside and taking all those wides, which is very, very useful for her side. Kept extras to a minimum. Or I should say, tried to maximize the amount of extras her side could get. That's played away nicely by Polimeri. Oh, it's just going to slip underneath the grasp of Ashwini Balaji. And Polimeri is off the mark here with a single. Expected score now at 74 for Greece. You obviously feel that's not enough against this German side. It's more about just personal milestones for this Greek team. Christina Guff standing a slip. Oh, well, this could be out. This really could be. And there it is, the slow finger of death. Makri has been given her marching orders. The captain, Kohli, will get her second wicket. A brilliant over for her. 2 wickets in this over. And he's going to go out right when it's time for the drinks break. We'll take a look at that again. It's pretty clear that was out. You could see all 3 stumps very clearly. And don't think the umpires can get too many easier LBW decisions than that. A nice knock by the Mantia Makri. She does have a horrible tendency of getting out at 13. Certainly is an unlucky number for her. We'll take a look at this one more time. Yeah, it's pretty clear that's going on to crash onto middle stump. That's about as plum gets. It's of course time for our in-game analysis, brought to you by our gambling partner, 1xBet. It's been a dominant showing by Germany so far, not too different from what we've seen over the last few days. They have the Greeks reeling at the moment at 38 for 4 as we are 10 overs into this innings. It'll be interesting to see how much more Greece can get from this stage. The reality is most of their best batters have all been sent back to the dugout. If you look at the rest of this lineup, very inexperienced, haven't really spent that much time out in the middle historically. So there is a good chance we could see Germany just running right through this Greek lineup, which really would be an unfortunate way for this Greek side to end their home tournament. So it's going to be Teresa Kapsukavadi who's going to join Maria Polimeri out in the middle. We're going to see Garcia bowling again. We don't typically see Garcia bowling that much, but Germany have been keen to shuffle their bowling lineup around a lot. And of course, saw Garcia pick up her first ever T20I wickets in the previous match. This is just tucked away very nicely by Polimeri. It's going to be a big chase here for Iris Edwards. A couple more runs to the Greek cause. Good batting here by Maria Polimeri. Playing out towards mid-wicket, and it's going to be a big throw. Could there be a run out here? This is really tight. Having a look at the square leg umpire, and well, he has judged that Teresa's just about managed to get there safely. Another Ruba and Vasilis Kostas are the two umpires for this matchup. Vasilis, of course, at square leg right now. Ruva behind the stumps, the standing umpire. To work this one away. Kapsukavadi. This could be a tight run as well. Could this be a run out? Oh, well, just had to reach back a little too much over here. Vijayaraghavan, and that's what allows the batter to make it in safely. A little closer to the stumps, and Polimeri would have been given her marching orders. And once again towards square leg, and this time they'll be able to get one pretty easily. Should even be able to get two. And they'll make it back comfortably for the second run. What a strong throw there by Balaji. We know what a strong arm she has. We've seen her bowl a number of times throughout this series. Won MVP during the T10 series that took place on Friday. Fours across the board now for Greece, 44 for 4. Get everyone in nice and close here. for Polimeri. Big appeal, and it's not been given. So end of the 11th over. Greece are 44 for 4. Kohli will continue. Picked up a couple of wickets in the previous over. Yeah, Wayne, interesting fact, but India's national game is actually field hockey, even though cricket is by far the most popular sport. So yeah, some interesting comments here. A lot of questions about what the national sport of different countries is. Oh, could this be a stumping? Yes, it is. And the Germans get another wicket, the third for Kohli. Captain Kohli has bagged another one. Now this series just continues to get better and better for Asmita Kohli. It's been terrific from a personal point of view as well. She's managed to get lots of wickets and improved her own stats as well. But her team performance is what will delight her the most. Let's see what Teresa is trying to do here. She just wants to sweep this one around the corner, but just loses her balance a little bit. And that's why you can just see her back foot lifts up, and now there was no way that she was ever going to make it back in time. And Teresa Kapsukavadi departs, having made just the one run. So another wicket falls here for Germany. And once again, they've got that attacking field in place. You know, with the exception of Maria Siriotti, Makri, Argyropoulou, and Yorgota, they pretty much put this attacking test match style field for the rest of the Greek lineup. Everyone in close. You got Goff, that slip. Number 44, Garcia, short cover. Really is an intimidating prospect if you're one of these less experienced batters in the Greek side. You're going up against such a strong bowling unit. Then they've got everyone in your face right there, waiting for you to make the slightest slip up. High pressure situation, and I think for the remainder of this Greek lineup, it's just about trying to battle out these remaining 8.3 overs and seeing if you can at least ensure that your side doesn't get bowled out. Ooh, well, was there something there? Massive appeal. You just feel like this is what the remainder of the innings is going to go like. It's going to feel like we're watching day 5 of a test match. I was probably going wide, and Viziotti would have been better off just leaving that alone and getting the run. Played away, just over the field, right mid-on. Could easily have been a catch. That was Shravya Kolcherum there, and it just went right through her hands. And well, look how quickly they're running between the wickets. It's a couple of runs here for Verviziotti. End of the over. Greece are 46 for 5. And this really is some absolutely gripping viewing. Yeah, just for a second there, Verviziotti was wondering if she had to face another ball, but nope, that was the end of the over. Asmita Kohli now picked up 3 wickets and still has another over to go. I mean, she'll be hunting for that 5 for now. She certainly will be. She already managed to bag 2 wickets and 1 over. And we haven't seen a 5 for yet. so far this weekend, and I'm sure Asmedakoli will try to go and get herself one. Garcia continues. I was just wondering if that would be given a wide. And yeah, late call's been made. It has been signaled a wide. Just struggling a little bit with her line and length here is Garcia. Up in the air, could be a catching chance. Oh, just beyond the reach of Iris Edwards. But there's a chance for a run out at the non-strikers, and it's not the cleanest collection. Not the cleanest collection, and once again, heart and mouth moment for Greece, and on the Greek dugouts cheering that on as if a 6 has just been struck. Every run matters right now to Greece. They're going to cheer every run as if it's a boundary. Hit straight to Shahid at square leg. Well, the tension really is palpable, isn't it? You could just tell Polimeri Verbizioni just trying to find a way to hang in there somehow, and Germany are on it. Oh, wow. Throw's going to the keeper's end, and it's just incredible, isn't it? The nerves, the anxiety, Greece. I mean, they don't really have much on the line here. But if you were watching this game from the outside, you'd think that, well, still a ball to go in this over. Still a ball to go in this over. I think everyone's just going to have to go back to where they were. But yeah, just going back to that point, you'd think there were 10 runs left to win, 9 wickets down, and it's day 5 of a test match. That's what you'd think if you're watching this right now. Oh, struck by Polimeri straight to square leg, and it's another run-out opportunity that's been missed by Germany. And we know this is a side who really hold themselves to an extremely high standard. Greece is cheering on every run that's made right now. Well, I can tell for a fact there's probably a few people in that German coaching staff who aren't too pleased. I can see both their coaches just walking around the playing field right now. We know that they demand the absolute best from their players, and there might be a few words exchanged during the innings break about some of these run-out opportunities they've let slip. Here it is, the captain, Asmedakoli, bowling her final over, looking to get a fifer. Oh, this one is struck really nicely, really nicely. Doesn't have enough to go for a 4. Is it going to go to the rope? Yes, it will. There's a boundary. Well, this boundary is being cheered like it were a win. Just drops that one a little bit too short there, Kohli, and just thwacked away beyond Edwards' grasp. Balaji put in a big chase, but she lost the race to the ball, and I think Germany are still going to persist with this attacking field, but wow, they really are enjoying every run here. And that has been signaled a wide, so 5 balls still to come in this over. You know for a fact that Kohli, she wants 2 wickets. Polimeri, though, she's batting wonderfully, and you talk about improvement being the key for this Greek side, and how much has Polimeri improved from the player we saw on Friday? Batting on 12 of 11 right now. Ooh, that was probably going wide. Just got a little bit greedy and reached out at one. She's generally been very good at taking these wides, Maria Polimeri, but not there. Just reached out at one. Struck away towards mid-wicket, and They'll get a single. Great bowling there by Kohli, but won't be able to get the 5 for now. That is out of the cards for Kohli. And this is just gonna catch a thick edge. They'll get at least one. They maybe could have even pushed for a couple, but they're gonna settle for the single here. But if Itsioti gets a run, she'll keep strike heading into the 15th over. Greece are 58 for 5. Six overs to go. Greece 58 for 5. Mary playing the innings of her life right now against a very strong German bowling unit. They're going to bring in Ronalds to bowl her first over. She's had a very good series so far. Been a real standout performer for this German side. One of the most economical bowlers over the course of this series. And we'll start off with a dot ball as expected. Fires that one in just a little bit quicker there. So Ronalds with an economy rate of 4 over the course of this T20I series has managed to pick up 4 wickets as well. Been a great weekend so far here in Greece. Of course, started off we had the T10 series back on Friday. Germany took the first match between these two teams. Greece set them a target of 51. Now this is going to be a wicket, so it's a pretty tame wicket in the end. Fairly simple catch for Garcia, who's standing at short cover. She'll hold on to that, and Vizioti's innings will come to an end. Grab another wicket here, just kind of pushing at that one with hard hands, and it's taken well by Wilhelmina Garcia at short cover. Nice little knock there for Vizio. They got to spend some time out in the middle, made 4 runs along the way as well, so she's going to be pretty pleased with herself. And I could just see kind of pushes at it and presents a very simple catch to Garcia. Oohs and ahs as Elvira Carlos is welcome to the cauldron. Ronalds with a wicket maiden. It's the second wicket maiden she's bowled so far this series. Greece are 58 for 6. Let's have a look at some of the fixtures coming up in Belgium tonight. So our nightcap will be delivered by Phil G, who will be taking you through tonight's game over in Belgium. Hasselt managed to leapfrog Antwerp, who were looking set to make it to finals night, and now they will be taking on Beveren in the qualifier, and then the winner of that match will go on to play the Brussels Warriors in the final. It's been a great fortnight of cricket over in Belgium, and what a terrific way to round it out. Yes, I got some talk about Sam Constas in the chat. Yeah, he is fully Greek in terms of his heritage, of course, Greek-Australian. But yeah, what an incredible debut for him. I mean, to see a player of his age coming in on his debut and playing as bravely as he did. That really was remarkable. Nice bowling here. So Ashwini Balaji, the MVP of the ECI T10 series, coming in to bowl for the first time. Hasn't bowled as much over the course of the T20I series. Oh dear. That could be a no ball, and yeah, it's been signaled a no ball. Gotta say, Pauline Meredith's just dealt with it as well as she can in the end. Here we go. Oh, nicely played. Looking to take advantage of the free hit. That little bobble there by Ronalds will ensure that they get the run quite comfortably. So Pauline moves on to 14, and Galus back on strike, getting set to face her second ball. Midland leg guard here. It'll be the Galus. Wide. Down the leg side. Rather optimistic appeal over there. It's quite far from her bat. And that's rightfully been judged a wide. And Collins was a little bit surprised by that appeal as well. Got Jacob J. Stewart joining us in the chat. Very big good afternoon to you. Jacob, of course, joining us from Estonia. We'll have an exciting ECS coming up in Estonia later this month. Great ball there by Balaji. Really good ball. Perfect length, and Collins deals with it about as well as she can. Oh, they could pinch a single here. They could. And they will. Nice running between the wickets there. Given leg buys. So Greece with a couple of scores in the 80s over the course of this series. And now let's see if they can get there again. Can they get into the 80s? No, this one is just nicely worked away behind square leg. We'll pick up another run. Have to say this Greek lower order have batted quite well. Ticking along, getting bat on ball, running hard between the wickets. I think Polimeri in particular has been very impressive. Easily one of the finer innings we've seen her play. Nicely dealt with in the end by Carlos. That was a very good length by Balaji, just aimed at the top of the stumps. 16 overs are in the books. Greece are 64 for 6. We'll take a look at the worm here for this Greek side so far. As you can see, not quite as high up off the floor as they would have liked, but this is typically the kind of run rate we've seen Greece batting with over the course of this series. It's always been around that kind of 4 to 5 range. So it's certainly not been unexpected. Very optimistic appeal there by Ronald, certainly sliding down the leg side. Shake of the head by umpire Manila Ruva, was involved in making a little bit of history earlier today. Well, this one's gone up in the air. Is this a catching chance? Balaji's underneath it, and she will take it. Nice grab. Ronalds gets her first wicket of this over, second overall. And it really has been incredible. She's bowled 9 balls so far, hasn't conceded a run, and managed to get a couple of wickets. Just coming off the leading edge of the bat, it just popped right up in the air, and well done to Balaji for a brilliant catch. Fantastic innings by Maria Polimeri. One of the more impressive innings we've seen from her. Big smile on her face. Certainly deserves it. Batted superbly. Had some lovely shots. And the catch was really, really well taken over there. Good catch. Now Greece find themselves 64 for 7. Kurkulu will block that one out. So got a couple new batters out in the middle, which is a good situation here for Germany. Of course, are looking to apply more than just the squeeze. They want to get wickets. They're obviously keen to try to bowl out this Greece side. Oh, big appeal over here. Is there a chance for a stumping? All eyes on the square leg umpire, and it's a shake of the head. Ronalds was looking to get her third wicket. Now, 11 deliveries bowled by Ronald so far. She still hasn't given up a run. Are we going to see her get her second consecutive wicket maiden? Here we go. Oh, that's going to spoil it. That's going to spoil it. Oh, it's a run off the last ball of the second over. After 11 deliveries, Ronalds finally gives up a run. But those figures are very impressive, aren't they? 2 wickets and just 1 run conceded over the course of 2 overs. Greece, 65 for 7 at the end of the 17th over. So as things stand, I think we'd expect a pretty familiar result in this game as well, which would be a dominant German victory unless we see something truly bizarre over this next hour or so. That's kind of been the pattern over the course of this series, of course. So we started off with the ECI back on Friday, match number 1. Germany were set a target of 51 by Greece, and they chased that down with 3.3 overs to spare. And they won that match by 9 wickets. Balaji continuing, starts off with a dot ball. Match number 2, this time around Germany batted first, set a target of 85 for Greece, and Greece in response mustered just 55, losing ultimately by 29 runs. And we saw a pretty similar story in match number 3 of the ECIW as well. Greece were set a target of 81 and mustered 52 runs, losing by 28. Balaji, of course, won MVP for the ECIW, and it's going to be interesting to see who wins MVP for this tournament. I think a A lot of us expect it's going to be a German player, but which one? And it's going to be such a tough challenge. I mean, Christina Goff has done great. Janet Ronalds has bowled superbly. I mean, just going through some of the stats for this German side. Garcia as well. I mean, scored 49. She's got 94 runs for this series so far. Picked up a couple of wickets in the last match. Vijay Raghavan's a name up there as well. So there's a lot of contenders with an MVP trophy. But got to give a shout out to the great captain, Maria Siriodi. I mean, not many people realize just how many blows she's copped over the course of this weekend. And every time she gets hurt, it just feels like she gets stronger and stronger. And she certainly has marshaled her troops very well and battled hard, performed well. Just a flash outside the off stump there by Kurkulu, throwing her hands at it hard, and Balaji got the last ball of her over coming up. Obviously kept things very tight in terms of run, giving up just 5, but you know she'll want a wicket. Germany really want to bowl out this Greek side. Everyone is inside the ring. Well kept out in the end by Kurkul. That one actually just stayed a touch lower than she would have expected. Greece are 65 for 7. On the leg side, that's going to be a wide there. So Iris Edwards bowling her final over. We're into the penultimate over of this innings. Greece have 3 wickets in hand. Germany want to get all 3 before the end of this innings. It's just a personal milestone they're chasing. Got a slip in place here as well. Ronald's at short cover. Short mid-wicket as well, and on Biavish. Everyone inside the ring. Such an intimidating prospect if you're Elpida Carlos. You're going up against some quality bowling in Iris Edwards, and then everywhere you look, you see a fielder right in your face, waiting for you to make one mistake, and then they're right there to take that catch. Just about finding a way to see this out through to the end. Just 10 balls left in this innings. Carlos yet to get off the mark. She's still there, still hanging in, finding a way to continue to battle it out, to gut it out. Blocks that one out as well. Got 8 deliveries left in this innings. Oh, it was an edge, but it went right between that gap between the keeper and the fielder. It slipped. And she'll get a couple of runs here. They won't care how they come, by hook or by crook. Elvira Kalus gets off the mark. That's a couple of runs to her account. Still got a ball to come in this over. I think that message will be relayed. And yeah, they just need to go back here. There's still one more ball to come. I think Elvira Kalus was aware of that. She didn't really move from where she's at, knowing she'd have to face one more ball. Here we go, last ball. Yeah, that one just probably sliding down the leg side, so can't really be given LBW. 19th over does come to an end now. And Greece are 68 for 7. Doesn't quite look like they'll be able to get to the scores we've seen them produce in the last couple of innings. Plane watchers got another plane flying overhead. Ryanair, Boeing 737, FR 4395, heading off to Berlin, where I'm sure a number of players in this German team will be heading to tomorrow. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Germany. They've used a wide array of bowlers, used 7 different bowlers. And as you can see, those are just exemplary figures across the board. Balaji is going to bowl the final over. Got to say, one point it did look like Greece might just get bowled out in this match, and they've done pretty well to at least avoid that for now, unless we see them lose 3 wickets over the next 5 deliveries. Oh, it's a wide ball. It's going to slip away from Vijay Raghavan. It's going to be a wide as well as a run off buys. Joss inside the tram line. Gets that one right there. Balaji. Just want to look to get this nice and straight here, Balaji, right on the stumps. I'm sure she'll be hunting for a wicket. You can just see a few calls in the field as well for Germany. Come on, let's try to get a wicket. Oh, brilliant ball. That's much more like it. It's just a whisker away from the leg stump. It wasn't that far away. The length was absolutely spot on. So close to that popping crease. 3 balls to go. Greece probably not going to get bowled out from here, but can Germany maybe pry another wicket or two? Now just reaches out of that one there. Kalus. Is she going to push for a second run here? They should be able to come back for the second run very comfortably. And that's exactly what they do. Goff puts the big throw in. Played away towards point. Get a single here, another run to their name, and well, you've got to credit Greece. They've managed to at least avoid getting bowled out when it looked like that might have been the case earlier in this innings. And this lower order has fought really hard for Greece, hasn't it? Elpida Kalos out there having faced 14 deliveries, managed to make 5 runs herself, and Kurkulu with 1 run off 10 as well. Let's see if she can get another run here. It's going to be Balaji charging into bowl, the last one of this innings. That's going to be a signal to wide, so still got 1 more ball to come. This might be a place where Charlie's advice to say potentially the last ball could be something worth saying. Oh, get some bat on that. I'll get it away. How many more runs can Greece get over here? At least 2 you'd expect. I mean, they'll have to push back for the third. It's the last ball of the innings. You might as well. And that's exactly what her teammates say. Come on, let's go for the third. It's the last ball of the innings after all. Oh, it's going to be a run out. It's going to be a run out. It was just that moment's hesitation by Kurkulu that might have cost her the chance to get a third run. She was happy to settle for 2. And then Elpida Kalus, rightfully so, says, well, it's the last ball of the inning. We might as well go for it. Push for the third. Push for the third. Oh, no, Alexandra Kurkulu just hesitated far too much. And that means she's going to get run out on the last ball. Not going to matter too much. As Greece still do manage to get at least a couple of runs from that ball. They'll end up with 77. It's going to be 7s across the board for Greece. And a stellar performance once again by Germany in the field. Great bowling, some great fielding, and they'll certainly fancy their chance to knock off these runs pretty quickly in the second inning. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. There's a look at how Ioanna Argyropoulou was dismissed. Ramesh Heat getting rid of her. Wilhelmina Garcia holding on to a nice catch. Sirioti was dismissed over there thanks to some great bowling by Iris Edwards. Sirioti wasn't particularly happy with the decision, but all that matters is she'd have to respect the umpire's call. We saw some nice shots played in between by Greece along the way. Adamantea Makri making 13 of 25. That was a good catch there by Anbievic to get rid of Nefeli Yorgota. That would make 8 of 9. That was about as plum gets to get rid of Adamantea Makri, would bring the end of her innings. It's been quite unlucky though, because out of 13 a number of times throughout the course of this series. Sharp bit of glove work over there by Vijay Raghavan to get rid of Teresa Kapsukavadi. She would depart having made 1 run of 4 deliveries. Played some nice shots along the way. Certainly loved the way this Greek lower order battled it out. This is how Vervitsioti would get dismissed, making 4 runs of 14 deliveries, presenting a fairly simple catch to Garcia off the bowling of Janet Ronalds. This was a nice take by Ashwini Balaji to get rid of Maria Polimeria. Gotta say, Polimeria with a fine knock. 15 of 20 deliveries. Huge improvement for her. And she's certainly one of these stories that we'll be watching very closely on the European Cricket Network. Just great to watch the way these Greek cricketers are developing game after game. Let's take a quick look at the scorecard for this Greek side. The top scorer was Maria Polimeria with 15 runs of 20 deliveries. Adamantea Makri making 13 of 25. Nefeli Yorgota chipping in with 8 of 9. Then we saw Vervitsioti and Elpida Kalus, Alexander Kurkulu spent quite a bit of time out in the middle right at the end. The 3 of them altogether managed to face 39 deliveries. So couldn't quite make the runs they wanted Greece, but a number of players in that middle and lower order got to spend a healthy amount of time out in the middle. It does feel like there's just a bit of a delay here to get that scorecard up, so I'll just go through some of the key performers for Germany. They decided to use 7 different bowlers here, Germany. Of course, we know that they've been giving bowlers like Garcia, who don't typically bowl as much, the chance to roll their arm over these last couple of matches. For me, Janet Ronalds, I mean, she has to be the standout bowler. Figures of 2 for 1 in the 2 overs she bowled, and the captain Usman Kohli with figures of 3 for 15. The scorecard is up, and then of course you'll see some of the stats that I just mentioned from the German team as well. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens when we bring you our final innings of what has been a terrific weekend of cricket here in Corfu.
divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Well, isn't it just a lovely moment here in Corfu? Amid the action and noise of the game, sometimes cricket just gives us these little moments where it reminds us about something bigger, something more important. The young ones have walked out proudly, holding up a Mother's Day poster, and you can feel the joy on their faces. They may not fully grasp the meaning of it just yet, but there's something universal about this, isn't there? About the love, about the gratitude, because truly, where would we be without our mothers? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers all around the world, across Europe, and everywhere you may be viewing this broadcast from. A truly lovely message, and great to see the young ones coming down to the ground to showcase the love for their mothers and all of ours. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers who are joining us from around the world. So we're set for the start of the final innings of what has been a wonderful weekend of cricket here in Corfu. Truly has been sensational. Seen some great moments throughout the course of this series. It has been pretty one-sided in favor of Germany, in all honesty, but Greece have shown a lot of fighting spirit over the course of this weekend. They haven't made things easy by any means for this German side. They've had to fight hard, Germany, but they've certainly come up with the goods whenever they've needed to. It looks like it's going to be Christina Goff to open the batting alongside Janet Ronalds. I think you expect Ronalds to play more of an anchor role while Christina Goff really looks to attack from the other end. It's going to be Nefeli Yorgota who's going to bowl the first over here. You typically see either Adamandia Makri or Maria Siriotti bowling the first over, but that's not the case here. It's going to be Yorgota instead. There we go, first ball. Played away nicely towards the offside. They should be able to get at least a couple of runs here. Germany, maybe even more. But 2 is what they will settle for in the end. Nice bit of work there by Maria Polimeri, covering a lot of ground to get there. I have to say, though, Polimeri was wonderful, wasn't she? With the bat in hand in the first innings, the top scorer making 15 of 20. Huge improvement for her, really was. You know, considering where she was at on Friday, and to see the progress she's made all the way through to Sunday, that really is the win for Greece, the development of their cricketers. This is playing out towards the offside, and Teresa Kapsukavadi will get down and save her sign. A couple of runs, 2 more runs there for Ronalds. As you can see, Germany, they need to go at just under 4 and over to win the game from here, so they've already made as many runs from this over as they need. But the Germans are certainly going to look to try to finish this off as quickly as possible. I think they'll try to give themselves until the drinks break to wrap this game up. There really is a very ruthless nature about this German side. Always want to take wickets, always playing aggressively, and I expect to see that during this final innings. Certainly go for the kill. Don't think we'll see them just knocking the ball around and just trying to see out all 20 overs. Played nicely there by Ronalds. Pushed this one towards mid-off. It's a good early call. Which will make it quite safely to the non-strikers. And we'll get to see Christina Goff batting. The only player to have made a 50 so far this series, and has over 1,100 career runs to her name. Garcia, of course, came pretty close to getting a 50 as well, scoring 49, but for now, the only player who's made a 50 in this series is Christina Goff. Nice ball there by Yorota. Good line and length. A little bit of width on offer there. Nicely cut by Goff, but hit straight to the fielder, so there was half a chance there for a run out, but Germany have been more than happy to test some of these Greek arms over the course of this series. And if there is any opportunity to pinch a single, Germany have been more than happy to get it. Right away behind point, and that's going to be a single. There's a lot of good cricketing action on today. On ECN, of course, it's finals night over in Portugal. Phil G will be taking you through that action later tonight. Meanwhile, alongside us, got the ECSW over in Jersey. The Eastern Royals set a target of 97 for the Western Towers. With a win in this match, the Western Towers will pick up an unassailable lead and go on to win the Liberation Series. So the Eastern Royals are really going to have to put a shift in the second innings. You just feel like a target of 97 is slightly below par, or I'd even say well below par, for a strong Western Towers team that got their backs up against the wall here, and Western Towers will feel like they've got one hand on the Liberation Series trophy. So it's captain herself, Maria Siriotti, who's going to be coming into bowl. And, well, what a heroic performance she's had over the course of this series. Battling injury, battling it all, fighting hard, game after game for her side, and leading them so valiantly. Very vocal leader as well. Now struck away towards point, and they'll take a single over here. I think one interesting discussion will be who might win MVP for this series. A number of contenders there. Seen numerous good performances. Christina Goff, you'd certainly say, might be one of those players who's in pole position. Averaging 38 for this series, the only one to have scored a half century. Wilhelmina Garcia's there as well with an average of 31. Top score 49, 94 runs across 3 innings. Very healthy strike rate for both of them. Garcia 120, Goff with 138. Oh, firmly struck away, but straight to the fielder, Verviziotti, who wasn't quite able to hold on to that. We've seen her take some good catches at mid-on, but she's unable to hold on to this. It was struck really firmly, and she's still clasping her left hand. Either side of Verviziotti, and that was going to race away for 4 runs. Pushed Verviziotti, and that's going to be another single. This is the kind of role that Ronalds is happy to play. Rotate the strike and then let Goff play the big shots and take the risks. Of course, there's been some very good bowling performances as well throughout the course of this series. Christina Goff has managed to pick up 5 wickets with an economy rate of 2.6. Got Amea Kanukuntla, 2 wickets for her. Economy rated 2.5. Ramisha Shahid hasn't quite been as lucky in the wickets department, but she's kept things pretty tight, giving up just 13 runs in the 4 overs she's bowled. Asmita Kohli with a few wickets to her name as well. 5 wickets in total. Janet Ronalds at the other end. Impressive with her bowling too. Seen her get 2 wicket maidens over the course of this series. 6 wickets for her. Economy rate of 4. So it's going to be a tough task, isn't it? But if you look at Christina Goff, she does really have that full body of work over the course of this series. Right at the top of the charts with both her batting and the bowling. Germany are 13 for no loss at the end of 2 overs. Let's just take a look at the standings here. As we can see, Germany with 3 out of 3 so far this T20I, 6 out of 6 overall if we include the 3 T10s that took place on Friday. And now they're looking to make it 7 out of 7, a clean sweep of the Greeks as the tourists coming into Corfu. Series started on Friday, back when we had a ECIW. Germany successfully chased down a target of 51 in the first T10 match between these sides, winning by 8 wickets, by 9 wickets I should say, with 21 balls to spare. Very comfortable win for them, and Nicole Kingsley playing the match-winning innings that saw Germany cruise to the finishing line. And over in match 2, Greece were restricted to 55 in the second innings when they were trying to chase a target of 85. Then in match number 3, Germany set a target of 81 for Greece, and in response, Greece could only muster 52 runs. It's just going to be clipped away, and Guff will at least get a single here. They were wondering if there was a chance for a second run, but certainly wasn't on. Oh dear, that wasn't the best ball. It slips out of her hands. It's certainly going to be a no ball, and it looks like it's going to go away for a 4 as well. Really nicely played. Let's just take a look at this. It's not easy to negotiate those kind of balls. It was just underneath head height. And just managed to pull that one away, race away for a boundary. Now free hits coming up as well for Janet Ronalds. Well, he is a bit of a role reversal. I mean, we thought that Ronalds would be the one who'd take her time settling into the innings with Guff being the aggressor, but it's been quite the opposite. Ronalds is attacking. Oh, firmly struck there by Ronalds, but straight to Elpida Kalus. And they'll come back for a second run, and they'll do it quite comfortably. Great communication while running between the wickets. I mean, you could hear their calls from all the way back where I'm sitting in the commentary position. Struck towards cover. Pick up another single here. Yeah, this is what Germany do so well. Saw them hit a boundary earlier, and then just keeping the strike. Just keep rotating the strike. Making sure they don't face too many dot balls. That really is the key to Germany's success. Up towards mid-wicket, and just slips underneath the fielder's hands. That was Adamantia Makri in that position, someone who rarely makes a mistake. And Christina Guff will get her first boundary of this innings. Went underneath Makri's grasp, and away it goes for 4 runs. So Germany find themselves 28 for no loss. 3 overs are in the books. And they need to go at just under 3 and over from here to win this match and make it a clean sweep of the Greeks. Gonna see the captain continuing and bowling the 4th over. It's bowling to Janet Ronalds, is currently on 15 of 9. Yeah, so Maria Verviziotti getting a little bit of magic spray. I believe that's the first time we've seen magic spray administered at any point in this series. Haven't seen it come out too much. Yeah, there it is. You can cure all ailments. And Verviziotti getting a healthy dose of it. And I think we're now ready to continue as standing umpire Marilena Rova makes her way back behind the stumps. Of course, spoke a little bit about how dominant Germany were over the course of the T10 series, but it's obviously been very similar over the course of this T20I series as well. Germany started off with a 105-run win and haven't really looked back since. They scored 166 runs in the first innings of the opening T20I. Coming around the wicket here is Sirioti to Goff. And then in response, Greece could only muster 61. T20I number 2, we saw Germany post 153 runs on the board. And in response, Greece got 87. And the third and final T20, Germany is posting 177 runs on the board, with Greece beating them by 89. Paul Kempen with a kind of funny comment in the chat, saying that Greece could do with some magic spray on their bats as well. I think for Greece, though, it's one of the main things that we'll have to look at is just learning to open up the offside a little bit, you know, learning to drive the ball, learning to play some cut shots. At the moment, everything's just a little bit too far down the leg side for Greece, and I was just learning to rotate the strike, learning to get singles and doubles the way Germany does. I mean, that's the difference between these two teams. You know, Germany will just pick up a run over there. You know, with the Greek batters, that would have been a dot ball, but for Germany, that's 2 runs, and you know, you do that several deliveries throughout the course of an innings, and that's what separates the two teams. And forget 2, forget 1, that's 3 runs there. And well, I think that's a slight mistake by the umpire. It certainly wasn't a 4. That was just 3 runs. You can see the umpire acknowledging that. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Just trying to angle that one in there. Maria Sirioti, but doesn't quite get the line right. But there certainly is improvement for Greece, and that's the key. You know, I mentioned, you know, someone like Maria Polimeri, the big story of this match for me from Greece's perspective. You know, struggling to even buy a run over the first few matches, and then scores 15 and is the highest score on her side. You know, that is huge improvement, and that's just the key for Greece. It's about focusing on the process rather than just the end result. You know, they're obviously going to be outclassed and outmatched by this very strong German side. And what they can do is just try to get better and better. It's the end of the 4th over. I think that message is just going to be conveyed now. So, yep, a few of the players were looking keen to maybe play another ball this over, but not the case. Germany going along at exactly 9 and over here, and they require just another 42 runs to win this game. So at this rate, we'd expect this match to be done within the first half of this innings. Yeah, Sajid is talking about some of the work Greece needs with their fielding. Yeah, I think there's good and bad when it comes to the fielders. I think certainly the first couple of days they were exceptional in the field. They were holding on to some good catches, but you know, you do have to remember they are human beings after all. And you know, when you are losing game after game after game against an opposition that's clearly outclassing you, it's normal that they might get a little bit dejected and demoralized in the field. And I think the energy they had this morning, it wasn't the same as what we saw on Saturday morning when they had their tails up and had Germany reeling at 38 for 4. So, there certainly is a very solid foundation to build on there from Greece. And the main thing is the average age of their squad. It can't be more than 17, 16, 17, if I had to guess. I mean, this entire team is under 18 with the exception of Hrisakanda. Struck away and gets a hand down. Lorianidi and pick up another single. In terms of their bowling, though, I think they've certainly got 3 very solid bowlers in Yorgota, Adamandia Makri, and then, of course, the captain herself in Maria Siriotti. But the question is, can they just find that 4th or 5th bowler? I think Teresa Kapsukavadi's developing into a very good 4th option for them. Can they just find a 5th or, maybe even a 6th bowler for when, one of their key strike bowlers is having a bad day? I think, as we saw in the 3rd T20I, it wasn't the best bowling performance for the skipper and Adamandia, and he just didn't have too many other options to turn to. So just finding a little bit of that bowling depth, finding some other options, maybe even looking to develop a spinner or two would be wonderful for this Greek side. I have to say, for a team made up of entirely native-born Greek players, this is a very, very impressive unit. We are talking about players from a country where, cricket is competing against some of the bigger sports here like football, basketball, and for them to have done as well as they have, I think that's incredibly impressive. We'll take a look at the upcoming events on ECN. So alongside us, we also have that series going on over in Jersey. The Western Towers look in a pretty good position to pick up a win against the Eastern Royals. The Royals have managed to pick up a wicket, though, so things could maybe get quite interesting there. Meanwhile, tonight in Belgium is finals night. Looking forward to that. That should be a wonderful way to conclude a fortnight of action alongside Phil G. And then, well, we know Mr. Maximo is currently making his way over to Sweden for a series that starts off there tomorrow. So, massive month of May on the European Cricket Network. This is going away towards mid-wicket, and that may have been a foot feeling. Just tries to backheel that. And it's going to be a couple of runs. Ooh, they'll pinch a third. This is really the ruthless nature of this German side that I mentioned earlier this innings. Any slip up, any mistake, they are right there to capitalize. It's just these little things that separate the good sides from the great. Struck towards mid-on, and that's well stopped by Alexandra Kurkulu. Struck away on the offside into the gap. Doesn't have enough to go away for a 4. It's going to be a teaser, but it's just going to trickle away over the rope. Good looking shot. Very good looking shot. And that's gone away for a boundary. This is pulled away towards mid-wicket. Pick up another single. Oh, that's wide down the leg side. A little bit rash there by Adamandea Makri. Wasn't completely in control of that delivery. Just trying to dig one in and ends up losing her shape a little bit. Pushes it down the leg side. Very interesting though. Goff going it just under a run of ball. Ronalds has been the aggressor, having made 29 runs of 19 deliveries. Yeah, earlier, I thought it would be the complete opposite. Thought Ronalds would maybe look to play the anchor role, whereas Goff would accelerate, but Goff more than content to rotate the strike, get singles. Ronalds really, she's been the aggressor, attacking, looking to make quick runs for her side. Clipped away. There's Alexandra Kurkulu. And you talk about improvement. Well, there's another player who's improved a fair bit. I mean, just think about how much Alexandra Kurkulu's fielding has improved over the course of this weekend. I remember her doing a lot of foot fielding earlier this weekend, and letting plenty of balls get past her, but now you're seeing less and less of that. You're starting to see her take charge, use her hands a lot more. It's just these little things. It's these little things which just show how much they're improving as a side. Germany well ahead of the rate here. The required is now under 2 and over, so you'd expect them to wrap this up within the next 3 to 4 overs. That's a nicely bowled by Kyorota. The length was absolutely perfect. Just got it right up there. Very full. Oh, nice soft hands over there. And they'll quickly get the single. Play towards point, and there's Adamandia to field that. Oh, nice direct hit. Really accurate throw. Beautiful day for some cricket. It's just the right kind of weather, not too hot. It's nice and cool. Got a bit of cloud cover as well, which helps the seamers. It really has been a gorgeous Sunday. Struck away towards point. And it's a single. It's been a good over so far by Yonewota. She's just kept things nice and tight so far this over. Bowling good lines and lengths. Only 4 runs conceded so far this over. Haven't seen Adamantia Makri bowl at all so far. Wonder if she will bowl this innings. And have seen the captain, Maria Siriotti, bowl. Part did see Adamantia bowl the previous over, which went for 11 runs, so I stand corrected. End of the 7th over, Germany are 56 for no loss. They need just 22 more runs to complete their clean sweep of Greece. Really has been a joy to bring this series to all of you from Corfu. It's been lovely chatting with all of you as well. Germany closing in on another impressive series victory here in Greece. They already have the ECIW crown, and now they're looking for the T20 crown as well. Good ball there to start off by Adamantia Makri. Good length. A lot fuller. All over in Jersey, the Western Towers seem to have accelerated quite a bit over the last couple of overs. The last time I peeked at that score, the required rate was just above 10, and it's now dipped down to, well, 6.8. So it seems like while Germany are closing in on securing the T20I crown over here, Western Towers might be taking a huge step towards lifting the ECSW Liberation Series crown. It's a tough one, though, you got to say, to swallow for the Eastern Royals Cricket Club, of course. Their men suffered heartbreak on Friday when they were absolutely convinced that they would at least make it to the final after the performances they put in the group stages. And then they lost Qualifier 1 in a golden ball, Qualifier 2 in a shock result as well to the Central Commanders. And after finishing top of the table, they didn't even end up in the final. And it looks like the Eastern Royal women might not be able to bring back the Liberation Series crown either. Tucked away. Grab another single, just ticking the runs off the scoreboard. Germany now need another 20 to win. Scuff on strike, and Germany need 20 in 74 balls. Oh, struck beautifully. What a sweet, sweet sound as that came out right out of the middle of the bat. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous stroke. A little bit of stand and deliver about that. Let's take a look at this. Played wonderfully under the eyes. Throws her hands at it, through the line. Gorgeous looking stroke. Races away to the gap for 4 runs. Oh, struck firmly, and oh, that takes a nasty bobble off the surface. Dolianiti was just coming across, trying to cut it out. She isn't able to get to it. Alexandra Kurkulu was able to cut that one off. So a couple runs to end the over. Germany 64 for no loss at the end of 8. Just another 14 runs needed now for Germany to close out their tour of Greece. It's been a very impressive tour. As you can see, they're well above the required rate. And it looks like they will get the job done with more than half the overs in this innings remaining. There we go. The captain, Maria Sidiotti, coming in to bowl her third over. Nicely played away by Ronalds. Will pick up a single. Coming round the wicket here, Sidiotti. It's very interesting where she starts her run up, isn't it? It's kind of starts behind the umpire, then kind of arcs her run up back in. That is foot fielded. And by Alpida Kalus out in the deep, the Germans will easily get a couple of runs. But yeah, very interesting. Starts behind the umpire and kind of arcs back in. Does this exclusively to left-handed batters. Gonna go wider this time, and Guff is able to reach out and get some bat to that. Good throw fired in by Georgota, but running between the wickets was spot on by Germany. They'll pinch another run. Beautifully played towards mid-off. It's going to be a couple of runs here. There was a slight moment of hesitation, but they're still able to make it back pretty comfortably here. Oh, lovely stuff. A good-looking shot. Just gets that one away for a run as well. Now Germany just need another 7 runs here. Can expect a big summer for Germany coming up. We'll be playing probably a lot of fixtures over in Krefeld this summer. So for them to start off early in the season with a nice tour over to Greece and a dominant victory will certainly provide them the momentum that they need for the rest of this summer. Germany need just another 5 runs to win from here. Closing in on yet another victory. Let's have a look at the scorecard for this German batting lineup so far. The Ronalds on 36 of 2016, a Guff batting on 31 of 29. Credit to Greece, though. They've certainly kept extras down to just 6. A lot lower than we're typically accustomed to seeing from them at this stage in an inning. So there's just another little point for Greece, isn't it? A little something that they've gotten better at. There's a lot of positives to be found for Greece. I think just getting better and better by the game. Oh, just slips past the fielder's hand, and that just allows Germany to pick up another couple of runs. It's a little bit wide, but she decides to throw her bat at that. Probably better off leaving that one alone. Ronalds does have the temptation to reach out at wider deliveries. Does that quite often. Does spoil a fair few wides. And while she may get away with it against Greece and stronger opposition, that might not be the case, and that might be a little thing for her to work on too. Straight back towards the bowler. Just another 3 runs needed now for Germany to pick up this win. Just another couple of runs. Closing in on what has been an absolutely wonderful tour of Greece for them. This is hit towards mid-off, and they will just settle for the single. So scores are now officially level. Germany need just one more run to win it from here. And it looks like we are coming to the end of this fixture and the end of this tour. It's been a brilliant tour for Germany. And they've shown that they are a class apart. And they've shown why they are in the challenger division of the ECCW. And that will be worked away for a single, and that will be the victory for Germany. They were looking to maybe come back for the second run, but there's no need, as Germany have picked up the win here. They win this by 10 wickets with 61 balls to spare. I think the message will just be sent out to the middle, informing the players that Germany have picked up the victory in this game. So congratulations to Germany, a clean sweep across this weekend. They win all 7 games they're involved in. Won the 3 T10s, won the 4 T20Is they're involved in as well. It's never easy being the touring side, even if you are massive favorites. And huge congratulations to them. I'm sure everyone over in the German Cricket Federation will be very impressed with this result. And this is what Germany have been building towards over the past decade as they have continued to grow cricket in their country. A very impressive road series for them. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings, and it really is all Germany. They didn't lose a wicket. They were cruising over the course of this series. And I think with that 40 of 29, Janet Ronalds has now made the case to add her own name to the MVP conversation. I think it's going to be a very tough call who is going to be picked to be MVP. Both the 2 batters out there, Christina Goff and Janet Ronalds, are major contenders. 4 boundaries struck by the 2 of them. A great performance for this German national team. We'll have a look at the scorecard for this innings. And Greece failed to pick up a wicket during this very brief first innings. It just didn't make enough runs in the first innings, in all honesty. 77 was never really going to be enough against a team of Germany's quality. And in the end, Germany just cruised to victory. It was pretty simple for them. They made it look fairly effortless. But credit to Greece. They battled hard. They fought hard. They've had to go up against a side that are much more experienced than them. And I have to say, they have passed the test with flying colors. They've shown that they're a side who will grow, who will develop. They're a side with a very youthful look about them. And I think the future of Greek cricket looks very bright. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Greece. Nefeli Yorgota giving up 32 runs in the 4 over she bowled. Sirioti 22 in the 3 over she bowled. And Adamantia Makri, of course, bowled that final over where Germany were able to secure the win. So the match summary reads that Greece posted 77 runs in the first innings. The best innings Maria Polimeri has ever played there, as she made 15 of 20. And in response, Germany chased it down fairly comfortably. They win by 10 wickets with 61 balls to spare. It's been an absolute pleasure to cover the cricket over this past weekend. But don't leave just yet, as we'll be right back on your screens very shortly with the official trophy ceremony.
yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome to the trophy ceremony for the T20I series between Greece and Germany. The Hellenic Cricket Federation would like to start off by presenting a plaque to Germany. So could a member of the HCF please come forward and present Germany their plaque? I'd like to start off by thanking our partners, HCL Software, for allowing us to showcase the European Cricket Network around the world, Rado, our official timekeeping partner, Bizaway, for providing us with our travel and logistics solutions, Micro, our official mobility partner, and 1xBet, our official betting partner. It has been an exceptional weekend of cricket here in Corfu. We thoroughly enjoyed what we've been able to witness over these last couple of days. And it's quite sad that we'll be saying goodbye to this island. But the point of this trophy ceremony is to thank everyone who has allowed this great weekend of cricket to be possible. I'd like to start off by thanking the Hellenic Cricket Federation, who have been such great hosts to us over these last few days. It's been a real pleasure to come to your country. Greece is one of the most gorgeous countries in the world, and it's been a real honor to get to cover some cricket over here. I'd like to thank the tournament organizers, Elena Stefopoulou and Irene Theodoraki. I'd also like to give a heartfelt thank you to all the ground staff who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this tournament possible. I'd like to thank Spiros Agiropoulos and Stylianos Goustis, without whom we wouldn't be able to achieve all that we have. The Hellenic Cricket Federation would like to present some awards to our match officials who have done a great job officiating over the course of this weekend. It's been great to see some of the local umpiring talent showcase themselves. And of course, we saw a little bit of history earlier today when in our third T20I, we witnessed two female umpires umpiring out in the middle for the first time ever. Elena Stefanopoulou from the Hellenic Cricket Federation will present Jasmine Naeem an award and a token of appreciation for her umpiring over the course of this weekend. Mrs. Kaloyani would like to also present a token of appreciation to Marilena Ruva, who was of course part of creating that little bit of history earlier today. And last but not least, Mr. George Orfanos will present Michalis Revis a token of appreciation for his umpiring as well. I'd like to thank the Blue Crew as well, Samir Naik and Manav Naik, for their work behind the scenes, as well as Theodoros Galanis, who's been doing a lot of the scoring on behalf of the Hellenic Cricket Federation. I'd also like to thank my colleagues over at Two Circles, Marcus, Martins, Imans, and Kristaps, who worked tirelessly over the last few days to help this tournament happen and put together this broadcast. I'd of course like to thank all the parents as well who have come over these last couple of days to witness and watch these games, for tirelessly supporting all the girls in the Greek national team. Without their support, of course, none of this would be possible. So a big thank you to all the parents and everyone here in Corfu who has come to cheer their side on.
Of course, I now would like to turn my attention to the runners-up, Greece. I think you've all really inspired us over these last couple of days with the way you've played. You've showed some real heart, some real passion. Your love for the game is infectious. I know a number of people in the chat have really grown to love your team. I think the key thing really has just been how you've improved game after game after game. I mean, I just want to point out a couple of small performances like Maria Polimeri today. I think that was wonderful. You know, I think right at the start of the tournament, you were really struggling to make some runs, and then the fourth T20I, you were the highest scorer for your side. I think that was wonderful. The future looks really, really bright for your side. Of course, your skipper as well. I mean, you've really led the side incredibly throughout this tournament. You're so passionate. I can always see you coaching your team from the dugout. You're a really vocal leader, and I have to say, you're becoming a very popular cricketer on ECN. Alexandros Anamoyannis will present you your silver medals for coming as runners-up. It's now time to present the MVP trophy, and there were so many standout performers in the German side that this was a very tough decision. But having scored 108 runs and made a half century in this series, as well as picked up 5 wickets, congratulations to Christina Goff, who was our MVP for this T20I series. Mr. Tsangarakis, the General Secretary of the Hellenic Cricket Federation, will present this trophy. Well, of course, it's now time to turn our attention to the champions. And well, this tour couldn't have gone any better. 7 wins out of 7. All 7 of your wins were absolutely dominant. I think you've showcased just how much talent and depth you have in your squad. I'm sure your captain, Asma Dakoli, must be really proud with the way you've performed over these past few days. It was a real pleasure to get to watch you all coming to a foreign country and playing as well as you had. I'm sure your entire coaching staff and management will be incredibly impressed, and you're proof of the fact that German cricket is on the rise, and I think you'll be some really strong challengers when you get to the ECCW. Massive congratulations to Germany, who are the winners of our T20I series. Mr. Kyriakos Katsoras, the chairman of the Hellenic Cricket Federation, will present you your trophy as well as your gold medals.
Thank you very much. I don't have to bend this far.
Well, the action continues to roll on the European Cricket Network. We've still got plenty more cricket to come. Tonight, we've of course got finals night over in Belgium. Phil G will be taking you through the action there. And of course, on behalf of the entire European Cricket Network, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. We'll see you back for a lot more European cricket later tonight.
Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body back and forth. Move my body.